Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first regional knowledge symposium on energy efficiency of buildings in the Balkans Plus region. This event is organized by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, with support from the governments of Germany and Slovakia, and the government of Japan under UNDP's Climate Promise Initiative. In the following 2 days, it will bring together representatives of governments, financial institutions, international organizations, the private sector, and the academic community. The goal of the symposium is to support Serbia and Western Balkans, as well as the neighboring countries like Moldova, to accelerate the implementation of energy efficiency measures in buildings that can help reduce energy supply costs, mitigate climate change, and protect the environment and citizens' health. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Jakub Beriš, resident representative of UNDP Serbia, to deliver a welcome speech.
Good morning. Your Excellency, dear Minister Vesic, Ms. Halacheva, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all present here as well as online. I believe we have an online audience, to the first knowledge symposium on energy efficiency in the buildings in the Western Balkans and the surrounding countries. In the next 2 days, as in the opening our colleague mentioned, we will bring together representatives of the authorities of the region, financial institutions, international organizations, private sector, and experts. Together, we will discuss how to save energy and use it more efficiently to help our economies, our environment, and safeguard our health. And within this context, I would like to share with you 3 messages. My first message is that the cheapest and the greenest energy is the energy that we don't spend. We know that buildings and the building construction sector account for around 30% of total global energy consumption and 27% of energy sector emissions. In parallel, the price of energy is rising, as well as the demand for energy for heating, cooling, water and sanitation in residential and public buildings. The Western Balkans and the surrounding countries are energy intensive. We spend much more energy to make a product, and our buildings consume much more energy per square meter than the EU average. Improved insulation, efficient heating and cooling systems, and the use of renewable energy sources can help us reduce energy bills and therefore have cheaper energy. The energy efficiency measures also contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and air polluting particles from the building sector, thus preserving environment and citizens' health. Also, every kilowatt we save in the buildings allows the electricity companies in the region to adapt to the EU legislation changes required, made to combat climate change, and that impacts all of us globally. My second message is about the impact on economies. Energy efficient buildings present a great opportunity for boosting economic growth in the region. By increasing energy efficiency, the cost of products and services in both the private sector as well as public can be reduced. This can help increase profitability for businesses and lower expenses for governments. The money invested in the works of retrofitting buildings stays in the country and territories of the region and helps create new and green jobs. For example, building renovation in the region can be done by the private sector through ESCO, so-called Energy Service Company model. The ESCO company invests in renovating the client's buildings to reduce energy consumption and costs and earns a profit through the resulting energy savings over a specific period. To encourage private sector to reconstruct public and private buildings, it's crucial to establish supportive regulatory framework and provide financial incentives. For instance, to help finance projects for improving energy efficiency, UNDP Serbia currently has an open ESCO call for reconstructing public buildings in the country. And I invite all the private companies on this occasion to apply and share information about it. ESCO model is one example to look up to, and I believe that the symposium will offer many ideas for improving the energy efficiency of buildings. And that brings me to my third message, that to achieve the desired results and improved energy efficiency quicker, we need to learn from examples of good practice and each other's experiences. The region faces similar challenges and opportunities in this area. Collaboration and knowledge exchange can help us overcome the barriers that hinder progress in implementation of the energy efficiency measures. On our part, we look forward to learning from others and sharing our experience and expertise gained over the past 10 years. During the last decade, UNDP Serbia supported the legislative improvements related to energy efficiency and helped municipalities throughout the country to introduce local energy management systems, including information systems which we call EMIS. UNDP is also helping Serbia renovate 1% of its total public buildings floor area per year to support fulfillment of the EU Energy Efficiency Directive conditions. We reviewed over 56 public buildings, and our studies estimate that if retrofitted, the government would save approximately 30% of energy expenses and avoid emission of approximately 750 tons of CO2 equivalent during the next 25 years. We trust that symposium will help us to set up together a regional network for energy efficiency and present a roadmap to guide the countries in the transition towards net zero buildings. In closing, I would like to thank the governments of Germany, Slovakia, and Japan for their support to UNDP in organizing this event. I wish all the participants fruitful discussions and trust that together we will come up with new approaches and innovative solutions to accelerate climate action in the energy sector, scaling up the investments that are already there in energy efficiency. That is the way, I'm hoping, is one step more towards paving the way for a greener, healthier, and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berish. And now, I would like to invite Ms. Plamena Halacheva, Deputy Head of the EU Delegation to Serbia.
Dear Minister Vesic, dear Mr. Beris, ladies and gentlemen present here and also online. It is a great pleasure to meet you here, gathered around the very important topic of energy efficiency. Energy savings is our first priority when planning energy needs, sources of supply, and climate neutrality by 2050. Russia's invasion of Ukraine not only brought the horror of war back to Europe, it sent shockwaves through global energy markets, triggering the most serious energy crisis in a generation. Across the EU, the war has increased people's sense of urgency for the energy transition that we all need. This is something which is shared by all EU member states, and I believe also our Western Balkan partners. For us, it's important that we address this energy crisis together and that we mirror whatever we do in the European Union in Western Balkan countries as well, offering similar solutions. Therefore, last year we announced a €1 billion energy support package, which is split in two parts. The first part, the €500 million, is dedicated to direct budget support, which gives the opportunity to support in a targeted manner vulnerable families and businesses. Most of it has already been disbursed. And the second half, the other €500 million, is dedicated to infrastructure, to make sure that we have the investment that we need in the renewable sector, the energy of the future. Renewable energy is cheaper, it's affordable, it's cleaner, and it's better for our planet. Also, it is homegrown. It therefore provides good jobs here in the region, and it gives us independence and security of supply. The investment of these 500 million euros will of course go not only in renewables, but in interconnections, but also energy efficiency, so as to improve through additional investment the situation of hospitals, schools, universities from an energy efficiency point of view. As Mr. Beris mentioned it earlier, saving energy is the cheapest, the safest, and the cleanest way, but also to reduce our fossil fuel imports from Russia. It is often said that the greenest kilowatt is the one that we do not spend, that is never consumed. Energy saving, especially in the construction sector, is an important energy resource which remains untapped. In the Western Balkans, the building sector accounts for over 40% of total energy consumption. Roughly 75% of buildings are energy inefficient. Renovating public and private buildings to meet the minimum energy performance standards can make a very significant contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, improving the living standards of citizens and their health. Energy savings in the construction sector can also provide further competitive advantage for the country's economy and development. The EU, together with international financing institutions, will continue to support the efforts of Western Balkan countries to triple the current renovation rate in energy savings in existing buildings and achieving nearly zero energy and emission standards in new buildings. And I know that this sounds a bit abstract, so let me give you a couple of local Serbian examples. Just a week, we launched the tender for the reconstruction of the Institute for Urgent Medical Help here in Belgrade, which was launched thanks to an EU grant of 8.8 million euros. Several other buildings here in Belgrade are also in the pipeline for reconstruction. The European Union is currently financing the renovation of health and social facilities, university establishments, schools, and kindergartens across the region. And also, let me also flag the reconstruction of a new energy-efficient facilities, such as the Children's Hospital Tiršova 2. The reconstruction of VMEA, the Military Medical Academy, is also in the preparation, thanks to an EU grant of more than 5 million euros. And this should pave the way to the implementation phase, where an investment of 100 million euros, together with our partners from KfW, should help improve the energy efficiency of this largest hospital in the region. And this is a very clear demonstration of the concrete benefits of the Green Agenda and a concrete illustration of our flagship initiative called the Renovation Wave under the Economic and Investment Plan for the Western Balkans. We look forward to our joint efforts for the acceleration of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans and the commitments made at the Sofia Summit to be duly reflected in the national energy and climate plans. The one for Serbia is actually a plan to be submitted to public consultation next month. So let me conclude by stressing that I don't doubt that together we will be able to find common solutions to the global energy challenges. But it's up to us to decide what sort of solutions. They need to be sustainable solutions, because that's the only way you can overcome the energy crisis and at the same time continue the fight against climate change. So first of all, we need to change our behavior. Second, we need to become more energy efficient. Third, we need to increase the deployment of renewables. And fourth, we need to create the right legal and strategic framework for these changes to happen. Serbia and the Western Balkans as a whole can continue to count on our support for this to happen. I wish you a very fruitful and constructive discussions during this symposium. Hvala.
Thank you, Ms. Halacheva. And I would also like to warmly welcome Mr. Goran Vesic. He's the Minister of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure in the government of the Republic of Serbia. Mr. Vesic.
Renowned Mr. Berisha, from the UNDP, Ms. Halacheva, my dear friends, Well, it's been 12 years ever since Serbia set the legal framework focusing on energy efficiency, when we adopted the long-term strategy to achieve the investing into the fund for reconstruction of the national buildings. And that strategy, what I would like to say, and what we did, remained simply letter on the paper. We haven't made any significant progress when it comes to the energy efficiency of the building. Maybe because we didn't have enough statutory solutions, or maybe because we haven't showed any willingness into that. But the time we live in is forcing us to invest much more attention to energy efficiency. And precisely therefore, it is very important for us to adopt a methodology to calculate energy characteristics of our buildings, which is a part of the amendments to the law on construction and planning. And precisely when we made a decision to amend the law on planning and construction, one of the main reasons why actually we wanted to change it is energy efficiency precisely. Of course, there are many other amendments in terms of the increasing the transparency of issuing of building permits. But the bottom line is that by the proposal of the law, we transposed Articles 12 and 13 of the Energy Efficiency Performance Directive and envisaged, as I already mentioned, the development of the national methodology for calculation of the energy characteristics of buildings. Another important thing is that through those amendments, now it's entered into the parliamentary procedure, we would ensure that any new residential building, you will not be able to purchase it without the an energy passport. That is something that was missing, because energy passport is something that would ensure you own that energy passport, which means that it would be obligation for each and every new building. When it comes to old residential building, we set several deadlines under which they would be issued those energy passports. First, certificate of the energy characteristics that would last for 10 years in line with the law. Not a single newly constructing building that would be constructed after the adoption of the law, not a single residential unit wouldn't be able to be sold without such a passport. So, because we understand that it is important that all citizens purchasing flats, we offer them a clear image what they are purchasing, and that would definitely impact on the price of the apartments, making those apartments with those passports more expensive. But I believe that it is fair that someone who is purchasing the apartment, in addition that it is purchasing by price, by location, or knows what are the energy characteristics of the apartment, or he knows about the future costs when he becomes the owner of that apartment. Another thing that is very important, there are 3 deadlines. The first one is the 3-year term that is reflected to the owners of the building under the public purpose, meaning that the state obliged itself that to did the essay to determine the category of the energy efficiency of the public building, and of course have energy passports for its building. It refers to all buildings that are owned by the state, that are owned by the enterprises where the majority owner is the state, and the buildings in the hands of the local governments. When it comes to the existing business premises, owners, irrelevant whether they are state-owned or privately owned, have the deadline of 5 years to harmonize with the law and acquire the certificate. And the third deadline is 10 years. That is for the owners of the residential buildings. But the certificates won't be purchased by the owners of the flats, but the local governments will do that. We did it because there are a large number of buildings with a large number of housing units, and that not all the owners would be able to acquire that, and that's why we transposed it to the local self-government that they do it, meaning that in 10-year term, not a single residential unit in the Republic of Serbia wouldn't be sold or purchased without such a document. Another dilemma we had when we worked on the amendments to the mentioned law is whether there would be obligation to increase the level, when acquiring the certificate of energy characteristics, which according to the current law is inexistent. So you need to have the certificate of the energy efficiency. So there is not an obligation that you need to have the higher level, which does not mean that some of present in the market wouldn't do so. Another thing that I would like to mention, believing that is quite interesting when it comes to the new law, we envisage that all buildings more than 10,000, I mean the amendments, not the new law, but the amendments to the law, that all residential buildings exceeding 10,000 square meters that are publicly owned, you should be constructed with the green building certificate. Those are the international certificates, several of them. In the future, there would be more. And I believe that we would also have some national certificate that we would be able to develop it. But at any rate, those certificates envisage high level of energy efficiency, meaning that with the bare fact that we obliged ourselves that all public buildings need to be constructed in line with the green building certificates. So all buildings exceeding 10,000 square meters, we, with such a fact, contributed to the energy efficiency. Another thing that I also wanted to mention that I believe is important, again, when it comes to the amendment to the law on construction, planning and construction, we introduced the obligation that prior to being issued the building permit, it has nothing to see with the energy efficiency of the building, but is related to the environment protection. We need to plan how they would move the building waste. So, because we would thus avoid that someone is engaging someone to transport the construction waste and that then that waste is disposed whenever. But if you, without the certificate that you handed over the waste to the authorized operator, you wouldn't be able to be issued the permit. So thereby we would reduce the waste because the investors would present that proof, which is quite significant for us to reduce the wild landfills, unsanitary landfills. Another thing that I wanted to say when it comes to e-book, construction log, we would be able to monitor each and every action taken. And as of 2026, we are introducing BIM model when it comes to designing. First of all, that was obligation for the public building. That is quite important. And the architects know that because it is very important for afterwards maintenance of building, because that is the model that enables you to, in an efficient fashion, maintain facilities. We put the deadline 2026 because then the first students that are currently applying that model in the university, and also to give a time to the design bureaus to adjust themselves. But those applications would enable them to be more efficient. And that is the reason why we put the deadline 2026. And maybe to make Serbia the second or third country that has envisaged BIM model in its law, which means that when we were drafting amendments to the law on planning and construction, we took into account energy efficiency. One of the novelties in the law is where we've got constructed public infrastructure, sewage main, water main, gas main, and the heating main. It is necessary to switch the facilities to that infrastructure. That was a huge problem, and we found ourselves in a situation that now we need to invest more than 5 billion euros in the sewage main, and then we have the situation that people living in the buildings do not want to get hooked to the public main, which then makes a problem that we cannot treat their wastewater because because the treatment plant cannot work, because you need to have the units to actually treat. There is now the obligation to hook to the main infrastructure, with the exception of renewable sources of energy. But on the other hand, we bound the public enterprise that they can charge only the hooking cost and the work, and not the hooks themselves, as they are doing, because there were the municipalities that actually charged 2,000 euros. But now it is sufficient for the people to hook, and then through the prices they would be charged. So we didn't want. We wanted actually them to offer them such a service in 60 installments. And on the other hand, we envisaged the obligation that everybody should be hooked to the public infrastructure. Because if we are constructing wastewater treatment plants, sewage system, water main system, then it is necessary that those living in that network should be hooked to that existing infrastructure. So these are the changes actually and the amendments actually to the law on construction, planning and construction. We've wanted to take into account all principles of energy efficiency. We believe that in such a way and through the market improve and raise the awareness among our public, as mentioned by Ms. Halacheva, that we need to apply all, and we need to change our habits and the way that we accept the fact that renewable sources of energy are quite important. We are preparing the project that would be quite interesting. We are currently making the analysis to put the solar panels along the highway, which could be quite interesting because this is the state-owned facility, no problem, state-owned land, no problems with the appropriation, and thereby we would reduce our cost for the electricity. And we've got more than 1,000 kilometers of highways. If you multiply it by 2, then it's 2,000 kilometers to install solar panels. We are also working on other projects with sufficient components of energy efficiency, and we would, by our actions, try through the mentioned law and also through a series of projects that we have when it comes to energy efficiency of residential buildings, give our contribution. One of the plans that we have is to establish a fund for reconstruction of residential buildings or retrofitting them, and that is going to be the plan for the next year, and then to be able to give specific incentives to citizens who would like to reconstruct and retrofit their houses and apartments so as to retrofit their buildings. It has proven to be very good. The project that was implemented by the government has proven to be quite good, and that meant that the government gave the incentives for the replacement of joinery with the aim of getting higher energy efficiency. And applying that model, we within the ministry would we would have our own fund, which would give the subsidies to the citizens to retrofit their residential units, making their residential units more energy efficiency. And to conclude, I want to say that in the next month's time, we would sign the agreement with 145 local self-government project feed that would enable us to grant to local governments $271 million. Not a single LSG would receive less than $700 million. And one of the components of that project is also energy efficiency, meaning that the local self-government would be able to opt to allocate some funds for the energy efficiency, for instance, for the installment of the solar panels on the public buildings, administrative buildings, schools, kindergartens, and then we would stimulate LSG to select the energy efficiency project through that project because they are the one choosing the projects. We are evaluating everything regarding the energy efficiency, and that is those are huge funds for LSGs because you've got the small LSGs that would be granted $1 million, but it would be wise for them to propose one among the projects that they would propose, one focusing on energy efficiency, to do something more for their locally. When we come to electrochargers, we are actually putting the foundation for 10 electrical charges, but through the amendments to the law, there would be the obligation of everyone who are having the gas stations have also a certain number of electrical charges. So we believe that through the amendments of the law, the highway would be equipped with more than 100 e-chargers because this is necessary when people are transiting our country, that they could actually charge their vehicle, bearing in mind that in the future we would have more and more e-cars, and that wouldn't be as Ms. Halacheva mentioned, the question of our choice, but because the other vehicles wouldn't no longer exist. So we need to prepare ourselves for the times that are coming. Thank you very much. I believe that we can state that I'm not advocating I'm not a fan of talking that we've adopted some legal frameworks and things, but bearing in mind that the situation in the field is not good and that the legal framework and the strategic documents haven't been implemented, I believe that this new law would give us the mechanism to accelerate the mentioned process and that we would really become a country that is really taking into account energy efficiency when constructing new buildings and residential buildings. I believe the next time when we see each other in the similar symposium that we would say that Serbia made several steps forward, because now we've got a law for the first time that is precisely defining what are the steps that you need to take when you're constructing the building and why you would be granted the subsidies. And I forgot to mention that those who would be constructing the building, applying the certificates of the green building, would be subsidized 10% for the purchase of the land. On one hand side, you need to have the law. On one hand side, you need to be awarded for complying with all the requirements. So simply to stimulate them to continue applying all those principles. Thank you very much. I believe that this symposium would be quite fruitful, that you would share your knowledge and have a time to learn a lot. My state secretary and assistant minister would be here throughout these 2 days because they can learn a lot. We are actually trying to hear a lot, particularly from those that are working in the sector who could share with us some new idea. We are working with NALED and with the Council for Green Building, and with all those who can give us specific proposal, because these are organizations that are involved in these things, because you can always hear something good from everyone. And I believe also that in a few years we could say that we make a progress in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Your announcements sound promising, and I would like now it's time. I'd like to invite the media representatives to use the opportunity to take statements from our honorable guests and speakers in front of the conference room. I would like also to remind you that the first panel starts at 10:30. And in the meantime, our audience may enjoy a coffee break. See you at 10:30. Welcome back. The main topic we will discuss through 3 panels today is why are buildings the foundation of an energy-efficient future? We are inviting everyone to join the discussion online on the website www.reebn.com. We kindly ask you to set forth the conversation through your networks by sharing posts and spreading the knowledge exchange. Please use the EE Impact hashtag and tag relevant networks to invite them to the discussion. During the symposium, you can also engage by using the Twitter wall that is available on the event website. There you can post pictures from the event, state your comments, ask questions, etc. And all without the need to have a social media account. Your posts will also be visible on digital walls in the conference room. Panel discussions will contain various polls and interactive segments. Therefore, we invite you to take part. And just one technical information in case you need the internet, you can use Hilton Honors and the password is Hilton Events. All this information you can see all around, especially here we have it near the water. And at the very end, wishing you a fruitful interactive discussion at the symposium.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I'm Dr. Laura Oltinger, the regional team leader of the UNDP in our Istanbul Regional Hub, covering the whole region of Europe and CIS. And I'm very honored here today to have a very distinguished panel of speakers from across the region. Today's panel is going to be on the public policy, and we're going to be unpacking the policies that are needed to unlock the investments in energy efficiency in buildings, and we'll be hearing also some good practices from the different countries represented here today. So, well, let me begin by introducing our distinguished panelists. We have Professor Biljana Stjepanovic, and Professor Stjepanovic is the Minister of Science and Technological Development from Montenegro. Professor Stjepanovic has graduated from the Faculty of Civil Engineering in Podgorica, and she obtained the title of Doctor of Technical Sciences from the University of Montenegro, as well as the title of Doctor of Science from the University of Granada. She's a holder of the National Excellence Scholarship and completed postdoctoral studies in the field of steel, aluminium, and timber structures. Today, she's Associate Professor at the University of Montenegro in the field of steel, composite, and timber structures at the Faculty of Civil Engineering and at the Faculty of Architecture. And she was Vice Dean at the Faculty of Civil Engineering and President of the Board for Doctoral Studies at the University of Montenegro. She was appointed Minister at the end of April in 2022. Welcome, Professor Stjepanovic. Then we have Mr. Dusan Radonic, and Mr. Radonic was appointed in 2022 to the position of Acting Assistant Minister of the Sector for Housing and Architectural Policy, Communal Activities and Energy Efficiency in the Ministry of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure of Serbia. Previously, he worked in the Secretariat for Traffic of the City of Belgrade, in the Department of Traffic Safety and Information, and he's worked also in the Mayor's Office of the City of Belgrade, in the Sector for Public Enterprises, Project Management and Cooperation with international financial institutions, and also worked as in the Office of the City Manager of the University of Belgrade. He was member of the Supervisory Board of Elektros Gradnas Du, and also of Beograd Tourist Du, and the Council for Local Self-Government of the City of Belgrade Assembly. He holds a bachelor's degree in political sciences with with international relations major, and holds a master's degree in political sciences. Welcome to you, Mr. Radonic. Then I'd like to turn to Ms. Jasmina Katica. She's the head of Energy Efficiency Department at the Ministry of Spatial Planning in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And she's been working there since 2007 and has been head of department for energy efficiency since 2013. Currently, she coordinates the executive team, and she's working to develop the strategy for long-term renovation of buildings up to 2050. Previously, she also worked on World Bank projects on energy efficiency, and she participated in the development of the regulatory framework for energy efficiency in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And she participated in a number of projects of international donors, including UNDP, GIZ, EBRD, USAID, and so on. Ms. Katica is a member of the Working Group for Energy Efficiency at the Secretariat of the Energy Community in Vienna. Welcome to you, Ms. Katica. And then we have Oleg Djubinsky. Mr. Oleg Djubinsky is the regional advisor in the energy division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which covers the pan-European area since 2018. And he provides advisory services, capacity building, and manages projects in energy across the region. From 2008 to 2018, he was Energy Efficiency Manager, and he coordinated the work on energy efficiency in the industry sector and managed energy efficiency in buildings projects. His previous experience at the United Nations also involves working at the Department of Economic and Social Affairs on sustainable development issues in New York and at the Department of Public Information. Before joining the UN, he worked as a researcher at universities in Ukraine and the United States. He holds a master's degree in mechanical engineering and a master's degree in diplomacy and international commerce. Welcome to you, Mr. Djubinsky. And finally, we have Jon Muntian. He's the director of the Energy Efficiency Agency in Moldova, and he teaches at the Power Engineering Faculty of the Technical University of Moldova. He holds a doctorate in energy management and is a certified European energy manager by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Potsdam. He also has completed numerous professional international trainings in the field of energy efficiency and renewable energy. During 14 years, he worked as an expert in the energy field with numerous national and international projects implemented by development organizations. Welcome to you, Dr. Muntian. So with that, I think we should begin to consider there are a number of different instruments that exist to help along and scale up energy efficiency. And one can sort of think of these instruments in terms of regulatory command and control instruments. And we've heard a lot from His Excellency, Mr. Vesic, the Minister, in his opening remarks on some of those instruments. And the Energy Community Treaty, where it all began for this sub-region. And then the energy efficiency laws and the building codes and so on. So we've heard quite a lot of that. There are also the price instruments, which we could consider, and those tend to be, those work through the pricing mechanism, and we've heard also some examples of those this morning, the incentives that we heard about, but there are other price instruments that we'll want to hear about in this panel. In particular, want to hear about how does the tariffs, how are the energy tariffs related to the take-up of energy efficiency, and are those tariffs actually working to encourage the take-up of energy efficiency, or are they too low to encourage that take-up? And then we may also hear about carbon pricing, if that's something that the panelists may want to touch upon. And then we also have the information-based instruments, and that's all about for example, the smart homes and providing consumers the information that can then allow them to make informed choices about how to save energy in their buildings, in their houses, and how to track and monitor the energy use. So those are the third category of instruments that we'll touch upon today. And all of this is very closely related to public policy and how can the government step in to make sure that all these instruments work in a way that will really encourage the energy efficiency take-up. So with that, I think we can move on to our first question. And I'd like to ask, first of all, you, Mr. Radonic, Dusan, yeah, can I call you Dusan? Yeah, it'll be easier for me, thank you. I'd like to ask you, how important is currently energy efficiency in buildings in Serbia? And what are some of the policy options that the government has taken or is planning to take in order to enhance the energy efficiency in buildings? And I know you're going to speak in Serbian, yes. So we'll need to put on our headsets.
Thank you very much for your question. I would like to welcome all the present here and the organizers of the event. The question of energy efficiency in buildings is quite important for the Republic of Serbia. Ever since 2011, when we created a legal framework for undertaking all commitments from the EU, meaning transposition of their directive. However, I believe that the Republic of Serbia does not differ from other European countries when it comes to when the energy issue is the priority ever since the war broke out in Ukraine. So now it is quite elevated at the level of the national security of each and every country. And the question of energy efficiency is one of its aspects. When we speak about the policies of the government of the Republic of Serbia, there's always question, what's the role of the state? The role of the state at this point of time is to create the adequate strategic and legal framework which will enable, first of all, to private sector to jointly with the state attain the set goals. We, within the Ministry of Construction, Transportation and Infrastructure, you will allow me, because I would focus more about the activities undertaken by our ministry, bearing in mind that I'm coming from the civil engineering sector. So the government of the Republic of Serbia has adopted a long-term strategy to stimulate the investments in the retrofitting of buildings by 2050. That strategy envisages some obligations for the ministry, my ministry, and to be able to adequately implement this strategy, the first thing that we are focusing on is to devise the action plan for the implementation of the mentioned strategy. We do expect that the plan will be finalized in the last quarter of the current year. In addition to that, another important thing related to the strategy is that it envisages 4 separate programs focusing on building retrofitting in line with the energy efficiency standards. So we are talking about 4 different categories. These are the family buildings, households, residential units, commercial facilities, and public facilities. What is also important to reiterate is that the approach of the government of the Republic of Serbia was to try to, in the midterm, regulate all these issues. So the programs, when we would be devised them, they would prescribe the conditions focusing on 5-year terms. So they wouldn't be 1-year programs, but 5-year programs, so as to actually create a favorable climate for the private sector to do their calculation, to try to find their interest in investing in these issues. So after that, another important question is the methodology of calculation of the energy characteristics of the buildings, as mentioned by our ministry in his introductory speech. This is the second very important document that would actually prescribe conditions under which these 4 programs that I mentioned would be implemented. So it would be a connection of the technical calculations, algorithms, standards of the EU, and would also envisage the creation of a kind of a software. Another thing that we can talk about is, and Mr. Minister has mentioned, is to strengthen the legal framework. Minister talked about the law on planning and construction. and amendments made to the law, then it's been sent for parliamentary procedure. Then there is a law on the communal activities that's also developed, and it would enter into parliamentary procedure in autumn. Then we are finalizing the proposal of the law on housing and maintenance of a housing building. These are the strategic documents such as the National Architectural Strategy, National Housing Strategy. All those documents in certain aspects do contribute to the energy efficiency issue in buildings, and we do expect that all those documents be adopted in the second half of this year by the government or in the National Assembly. Within our ministry, my sector, there is a section dealing with energy efficiency issues. Being aware of the goals set in front of us, we are actively working to increase our capacities in human resources, and also increasing the level of knowledge and the capacity of the staff working therein. It was quite cute in the course of the opening sector when I saw who are the organizers of this UNDP, and we are precisely talking with them about their assistance to the ministry in increasing our human resource capacities. There's the colleague from the energy efficiency, I believe, returned on Friday from the International Forum of the Southeastern and Central Eastern Forum from Slovakia, from Shamlin, and we've got the representatives of Slovakia. And at the beginning of June, we will have a 5-day workshop in the Palace of Serbia, wherein, with the support of the EU, we would have the Croatian and German experts who would assist in sharing the knowledge and their experience. Another important thing I want to share with you is that we are precisely establishing a working group, intersectoral working group, that should work on the amendments to the legal and strategic document that are regulating the issue of energy efficiency in Serbia. We gave our best to cover as much stakeholder as possible by that, so meaning the Ministry of Energy, Finance, Treasury Administration, academia, of course the private sector, ESCO companies, insurance companies, commercial banks that are interested in the energy efficiency issues. Another important issue that I forgot to mention, but I have to mention, is that we as the ministry will have to, when developing the methodology of calculation, create a strategic agreement with the Belgrade University. And in the future, we are planning to have the meeting with them, because we would definitely need assistance from the architectural, civil engineer university and other technical universities, faculties of the Belgrade University. And I would then focus on the central register of the energy passports that would be used as an example of the quantification of everything that I've just mentioned. That passport has been introduced in 2013, and as a symbol, there was just one signed energy passport back in 2013. Nowadays, by the end of May last year, we have 11,000 passports. So, according to the increase in the number of the energy certificates year after year, in 2017 we had only 300. Now the average at the annual level is 3,300. So it actually depicts the changes in the market of Serbia, meaning that how our country is incentivizing to attain the goals of the energy efficiency.
That's really great and very interesting to hear. I think we'll go straight to the next speaker, who will be Professor Šćepanović, to hear from your country what energy efficiency measures have been introduced that aid the energy efficiency in buildings. Over to you.
Thank you for your question, Mrs. Altinger. Dear organizers, distinguished panelists, dear participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, let me at the very beginning to express my gratitude to UNDP for the invitation to this very important conference, which is held in a very particular moment for the global energy sector. The real value of this event is the fact that it opens a floor for exchanging not only views, but concrete challenges of the current moment, and it gives us an opportunity to present solutions and responses of our governments which can stimulate possible joint interventions in the sector. For me personally, being on this panel is a challenge itself because I'm not coming from the line ministry dealing with the energy policy, but with research and technology development, including innovation policy and what's called smart specialization. However, my background in civil engineering, science and practice makes it quite easier for me. Energy efficiency in buildings is a crucial aspect of sustainable development, as buildings account for a significant portion of energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, and as we heard earlier this morning. The strategic framework in Montenegro in the field of energy is defined by the energy policy of Montenegro and the energy development strategy of Montenegro until 2030. As a member of the energy community and a candidate for the membership in the European Union, Montenegro aligns its energy policy and legislation with the EU standards. Bearing this in mind, we are currently working on the preparation of the first national energy and climate plan, which will be the main strategic document of Montenegro in the field of energy and energy efficiency by 2030. On the other hand, in the field of innovation policy and technological development, Montenegro has opted for an innovative approach to strategic planning that enables the identification and development of the country's comparative advantages through identifying priority areas of development in which there is a strong concentration of research and innovation capacity and great economic potential. This EU recipe of strategic planning is better known as smart specialization and brings together public administration, academia, business community, and civil society on the task of implementing a long-term economic growth strategy based on the knowledge and innovation. In 2019, Montenegro was the first non-EU country to adopt the smart specialization strategy for period 2019-2024, followed by the operational program for the implementation of S3 for period till 2024. S3 recognizes energy and sustainable environment as one of 4 key priority sectors in Montenegro. By prioritizing this sector, relevant research and development support initiatives are focused on energy-efficient building technologies, material and construction techniques. This investment promotes innovation and the adoption of advanced solutions that enhance energy performance. In this context, I will highlight the program of incentivizing the innovation in the function of energy efficiency in industry. Namely, Montenegro recognized that improving energy efficiency is one of the key elements in the process of modernization of industry, with the aim of creating a sustainable and competitive economy that stimulates economic growth and creates new jobs. Therefore, 3 ministries, Ministry of Science and Technology Development, Ministry of Economic Development and Tourism, and Ministry of Capital Investments, decided to propose the joint program in order to ensure the necessary synergies of innovation, industrial policy, and energy policy with smart specialization priorities. We truly do believe in this approach that will be launched in June this year, so in few weeks, and implemented by the Innovation Fund of Montenegro. So one of the very important policy options in Montenegro is collaboration, working together, synergies. Apart from the allocated funds within the state budget for 2023 for the purpose of the implementation of this program, we gained also the support under the IPA 3 direct budget support energy package for Montenegro 2023, which means that our joint efforts have been recognized also by our EU partners and aligned with the EU response to the energy crisis in worth of 2.5 million euros. Apart from this program, another program for the support of the energy efficiency in tourism, targeting hotels as the most important infrastructure in this sector, was approved for the same support in the amount of even 3.5 million euros. On this ambitious way, we see the UNDP as a reliable partner, and therefore 3 ministries signed the MOU with UNDP at the beginning of this month. And under this umbrella document, UNDP will provide support to Montenegro in relation to the creation of solutions that stimulate the use of renewable energy sources, increase energy efficiency in various sectors, with a special focus on the industry sector, and enable the development of innovative and green jobs and contribute to the sustainable development. The memorandum stipulates that UNDP provides technical support in relation to the creation of solutions that stimulate the use of renewable energy sources, increase energy efficiency in various sectors, with a special focus on the industry sector, and enable the development of innovative and green jobs to sustainable development. Apart from these recent initiatives, the most important projects in Montenegro run by our Ministry of Capital Investments are Energy Efficiency Program in Public Buildings, Phase 2, and Improving Energy Efficiency in Public Buildings, both targeting educational and social institutions and administrative facilities. Then Energy Efficiency in Montenegro, again Phase 2, targeting 18 healthcare system buildings, and Energy Efficient Home, a program that implies an attractive and sustainable financial mechanism in order to implement energy efficiency measures in private households. So finally, Montenegro promotes energy audits and certification programs to evaluate and improve the energy performance of buildings. These audits identify energy-saving opportunities and provide recommendations for energy-efficient upgrades. Energy performance certificates are issued to buildings, providing information on their energy efficiency level. So I could say even more. As a professor, you know, my default speaking value is 45 minutes, but since we are limited here, I'm going to stop now, and if there is a need or questions, I can answer furthermore.
Great. So this was also very interesting because you seem to have taken the approach of, you know, the innovation and so on, and embedding it in an innovation strategy and bringing out the aspects of the competitiveness and the jobs. I think this is also a very interesting example. Let's pass now to Moldova, and we have Ion Muntean. Let's hear from you about what's happening in Moldova in terms of the energy efficiency in buildings, instruments and regulations that you have that are working for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. For me, it's a great pleasure to participate to this conference. Thank you for UNDP and the partners for organizing this event. I think it is very important from the point of view of exchanging of experience from our countries. Despite the climatic differences between our countries, we have a lot of similarities when it comes to energy efficiency policies, targets, and so on. So that's why it's very important to have this opportunity to exchange the experience. Regarding the situation in Moldova, I will give you some numbers just to understand how important is this topic for us, energy efficiency in buildings. The recent crisis has had a very significant impact on the energy bills of the end consumers. The electricity prices have increased with more than 290% during less than 1 year. The gas prices have increased more than 350% during less than 1 year. So, of course, this created a lot of pressure on the government authorities. In this regard, the first what was done was created a fund for compensation of energy bills. It was developed a law on energy vulnerability. and developed an informational system for compensation the energy prices directly in the bill of the end consumers. So it was in the end an efficient system to react promptly to this situation. This will be used, this informational system, digitalized system. It was designed in such a way to be used for other programs which will be implemented within the residential sector, such vouchers program to give the possibility to the end customers to replace their old appliances, inefficient appliances with new ones. And by the way, this program is implemented with support, is piloted with support of UNDP, financed by EU, and will be institutionalized within our agency from next year. So this was very important. In terms of energy consumption, the residential sector covers about 50% of the final energy consumption. So it is a lot of energy and a lot of potential for energy savings. That's why it is a priority for us. Now, if referring to what we have done so far, unfortunately, we do not have yet in place a certification system for the energy performance of the buildings, but when looking to the legislative framework, secondary legislation, it looks like a construction site in Moldova. A lot of regulations were initiated to be developed. The draft law on energy performance of the buildings was developed, and it includes also the latest amendments of the 31st directive, EU directive. Also, we prepared preliminary inventory of the buildings in the Republic of Moldova in order to develop the long-term building renovation strategy. There is a draft of this strategy, and we have already some numbers. In order to renovate all building stock, we need about 22.5 billion euro. So huge investments are needed in this in order to implement this strategy. We also prepared the draft of the program for increasing the number of buildings with nearly zero energy consumption, nearly zero energy buildings. We have a draft of the renovation of the program for renovation of the buildings owned by the central government. Now we are in process of reviewing it and correlation with EU directive, which says that the number of the share of renovated buildings has to be increased from 1% to 3% every year. So it is in process of revising. Regarding the financial instruments, recently was approved the law on energy efficiency, which offers the possibilities to create the Moldovan Residential Energy Efficiency Fund. So we work on the secondary legislation to put in place this fund to develop the financing instruments within the fund as a program within the Energy Efficiency Agency, within our institution. Also, we work on development of a Superiesco model in our country for public buildings, especially. The fund will be focused on the residential energy efficiency fund, of course, will be focused on the residential sector, residential buildings, and Superiesco, we see it as a financial instrument for the public buildings. Also, with support of UNDP, we pilot the Green Home program, which includes a set of measures for individual residential buildings, starting with installation of walls, replacement of windows, PV, and so on. And as I earlier said, the vouchers program, another instrument which is developed on the informational system we created for compensation of the energy consumption in the bills, in order to offer the possibility very fast to positively impact the energy bills of the end consumers. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you've highlighted this crisis context, I think, in your country, and I think it's a very important context to highlight because, of course, we've been going through the energy crisis and the prices have been rising quite steeply, and this has sort of changed the economics as well of this. And so I'd like to jump to this question of, in a way, balancing out these different objectives, because reducing emissions is, of course, also an important objective to be on the energy transition and so on. At the same time, we have these other issues like energy security, which is an overriding concern in the region as well, in the sub-region. And so I'd like to also ask, how can we balance these two issues, and maybe turn back to Serbia for you to talk a little bit about this balancing of the energy security versus the energy transition objectives that you're pursuing, because of course the long run is the energy transition, but in the short term there are these energy security concerns that have come about because of the war and the crisis in the region.
Basically, so thank you for this question. Basically, the issue of balance between the net zero strategy and energy stability is, as I said, a hard question nowadays. Talking about the Republic of Serbia, which has an economic growth for the past 6 or 7 years. It is an intense economic growth that is energy dependent on buying fuel from abroad. So I think that the natural reflex, not only of Serbia, but of other European countries, is to choose energy stability at first and energy security. Net zero strategies have to be implemented. But I think that the first step in establishing a successful balance between the two is awareness raising. That these things are not in conflict, that these things are not opposites. We are talking about two complementary elements, two complementary notions that should allow us to reach both goals. I think that the most sustainable and the most stable solution is exactly going towards net zero strategies. We're about to have some very hard and painstaking and expensive changes that we need to implement. But everything that happened in the previous year shows that these changes are necessary. And I think that politicians and experts have to cooperate on this in every country. We'll be happy to assist with our professional support and analysis, but I think that decisions will have to be made at the highest state level. It is up to us to work on awareness raising and to explain the professional aspect of net zero strategies.
For highlighting that important point that these are complementary objectives in a way and not a trade-off between one and the other. So I'd like to now turn to Bosnia-Herzegovina, Ms. Jasmina Katica, and hear from you a little bit about what's happening in your country in terms of the strategic frameworks and some of the incentives or other instruments that you're using, and maybe hear from you also about what is the trade-off in your country. Are you also feeling a trade-off between the energy security and the energy transition objectives, or do you see this also as very much complementary? Over to you.
Thank you for your question, and I'm sorry about interrupting the panel a moment ago. I had a cough attack, so I apologize. Energy efficiency is something that we're not using enough as a potential, I think, both globally and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And to change this paradigm in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we opted for a strategic approach to implement the goals of numerous international treaties that we have signed, such as the Paris Agreement, the Sofia Declaration, the Energy Community Agreement, and others. The directive of EU 2018-1999 on climate management, it turns out that the strategy of long-term renovation of buildings is a part of our long-term plan until 2030. Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a member of the energy community, has to implement the provisions of this directive, and we have an integrated action plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now it is in its final draft stage, but we're also working on the strategy of long-term renovation of buildings in line with the directive. And we implemented harmonized modeling of our building renovation. We used a long-range energy alternative system known as LIP. So the goal of all this is to use the long-term renovation of buildings to implement the integrated action plan for climate and energy. The strategy of long-term renovation of buildings is also in its final draft stage. We're about to have a round of public consultations and ex-ante evaluation before it is adopted. I will briefly go through some scenarios that we opted for in this strategic document. When it comes to residential buildings, we opted for the scenario of 1.5% of renovation, retrofitting of residential buildings. And in the first decade of strategy implementation, we want to renovate more residential buildings in order to have more users per building, so that this implementation can actually help in awareness raising of the population, so that they can understand the importance of the strategy, which will raise its overall efficiency. And this scenario should result in renovating 23.4 square meters of residential areas. That is to say 178,000 residential buildings by 2050. Expected savings are 3,500 gigawatt hours, and CO2 emissions reduction of 1.5 million by 2050. Talking about public buildings, we chose the scenario to renovate 2.5% per year. In the first decade, we took the approach of meeting the minimal energy efficiency standards, but after 2030, we will aim for nearly zero buildings. With this concept, we expect to renovate 4.36 million square meters of public buildings, and it will include around 3,700 buildings, basically all of them. The expected savings in energy consumption would be 840 kilowatt hours, and the reduction of CO2 emissions would be 400,000 tons. So I wanted to share these figures with you to illustrate our strategic approach and the importance of energy efficiency in the context of this very ambitious integrated action plan for climate and energy, because the energy efficient measures contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions, and therefore we are trying to establish the balance between these two aspects, climate and energy efficiency. And in this way, we are actually mitigating climate changes in our lives. You asked about energy security and that balance. On one hand, energy supply and security, on the other hand, net zero and energy efficiency. So maybe I will give a diplomatic answer, but energy efficiency is actually a solution for energy security because we need to reduce the energy demands. And then that will impact the energy security. Renewable sources are different than hydro energy or coal energy, but that is the way we have to go. And energy efficiency in construction and buildings is one of the very important aspects that will contribute in this way. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's very interesting to hear. And also like the way you're using these NECPs from the energy community and bringing those goals together. So it's an important instrument to harmonize the goals across these different issues, energy and climate. Okay, well, let's move now to Oleg Jubinsky. And Oleg, of course, you can take a little bit of a bird's eye view here, because you're from the regional commission and you cover all the countries. So you in a way have the advantage of being able to contrast and sort of compare some of these policies and the standards that exist for the buildings. So if I could ask you to talk a little bit about some of the good practices emerging in the public policy development, integrating the energy efficiency in buildings across the region, the sub-region in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. First of all, very happy to be in Belgrade after almost 20-year break for me. And it's great to be on this distinguished panel and see colleagues from the countries in Southeastern Europe and outside Southeastern Europe. UN Economic Commission for Europe, as Laura mentioned, is one of the regional commissions, and we have 56 member states, which is all of Europe, plus 2 countries in North America, the United States and Canada, and also Turkey and Israel, and also all countries of the former Soviet Union, including Central Asia and the Caucasus. And our technical assistance programs are indeed focused on countries in Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and Central Asia, and Turkey. And with that said, I think countries that are candidates for the European Union have big advantage in terms of having guidance from the European Union, including, for example, if we're talking about energy efficiency in buildings, we have Energy Efficiency in Buildings Directive, and we have other instruments, and also very often direct assistance from the European Union. Being parties to the Energy Community Treaty is also of help. So there is this guidance, there is this EU legislation to which the countries need to adhere, need to transpose. But then very often the question is how to do it in such a way that it responds to specific conditions in your country. And here, as Ion said, things very often differ. So you have to find the ways of doing it in such a way that it is conducive to these particular conditions. What we heard today from all of the panelists are specific policy instruments and legislation and financial instruments that are employed. And I would say all of them have their place. We heard that energy efficiency, and we know this expression, energy efficiency is the first fuel. So what you invest into energy efficiency actually helps you to consume less energy, thus you don't need to build another power plant or to think of how you develop further your electricity grid and so on. One thing that, and we have to admit it, why energy efficiency is difficult to implement in buildings and in other sectors. It is, let's compare two things, energy efficiency, renewable energy. Very often they go together. But renewable energy is, in many ways, is like investment in regular energy projects. You invest in a solar or wind farm, you know how much energy you'll get out of it, even considering that it's fluctuating, but still, you know what's the capacity, you know what you can get under these conditions or that conditions. So essentially, you know what you invest and how much you get out of it. With energy efficiency, the biggest difference is that you first have to invest, but what you get out of it is not the actual money. You get savings, and it makes it difficult. So to invest, you need the investor, being it a regular commercial bank, be it a financial institution, international or otherwise, or something coming from households. To invest, you need the initial money. And then, so even for people who, for the households, for people who live there, they need to, okay, I will save, if they think about it, this much money in 3 years or 5 years, but I need to give the money now, and this is the salary I have or the income I have. How do I do it? So important at the, I would say, at the government level, a very important thing is to think through how this initial investment is made. So what Ion mentioned, the Energy Efficiency Fund, is indeed one of the possible sources. Assistance that you get from multilateral donors or otherwise donors, that is important. Laura, you know better than I do. In the European Union, many countries of the European Union, what you do in energy efficiency is not always fully financial. It has to be, there are subsidies. Let's be honest about it. There are subsidies. It's very difficult to do energy efficiency in buildings without subsidies. When we talk that our goal is, and indeed it is, to get to energy efficiency in buildings as business as usual, it is not easy. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. And let's be honest about it. So subsidies are important, but if you have subsidies, they have to be targeted. When you do it kind of everybody, and I understand that during, for example, this winter with the energy prices going, you know, sky high in so many countries, it was important to give something to everybody. So everybody felt like the governments are supporting them and all that. But in principle, and let's hope that things become calmer, quieter, every country needs to think of how they indeed help the most vulnerable. And help it in such a way that they have an opportunity to be involved in energy efficiency at the household level. Let me give you an example of a program we are currently implementing jointly with UNDP, EBRD, and IOM in North Macedonia. There is, or there will be, what is called Green Financing Facility. And the idea of that facility is to help households and small and medium enterprises to implement energy efficiency measures and also to use renewable energy. In a way, in case of households, that those who are supported, they are what is called underserved population. Very often we use the word vulnerable population. This is underserved. Vulnerable population, usually you need to provide direct financial support. You need to provide subsidies. What is supposed to be provided here is loans. Loans on favorable conditions, and they would be provided by EBRD. But the households who will be getting these loans, they would be, for example, single-parent family. They will be families where the head of the family is a woman. There would be households where you have persons with disabilities. They will be Roma community. So these are people who may have disposable income that they could put into improving energy efficiency in their own apartment or home, but to do that alone on these favorable conditions is important, is significant. So this way, working with this kind of people, you know that in most cases that loan will be repaid because they have sources of income that would allow to that. But they need this help with this initial investment. That is where things are, that is what is important. Maybe briefly I would touch on building industry. And we are working on that. We will be starting a project in 7 countries, none of them unfortunately in Southeastern Europe, but Moldova is one of the countries that will be part of the project, where we focus on the global supply chain for buildings. Essentially, we are talking about improving energy efficiency in what goes into buildings at the stage when the buildings are to be constructed or renovated. That is also important. I mean, that's a huge topic, new buildings versus renovation. I can talk long about it, but I'll stop. And so the idea is that what is produced efficiently, and what is produced is energy efficient. And we're talking about construction materials, we're talking about equipment, we're talking about systems. So everything that goes into buildings allows you, in principle, to have what we call high-performance building. There is one more point which I don't think was touched upon sufficiently enough. It is behavioral changes. Because you can create, you can build a most energy efficient building, but if people who live there keep behaving as before, as they used to, you would very soon have, I mean, if you do measurement and verification in 1 year, you'll see that it's so much below what you were supposed to get. So not doing that would also be, you'll be putting yourself at a disadvantage. Essentially, you'll be investing a lot into what will not happen. I will stop here, and we'll be very happy to listen to colleagues continue in our discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Oleg. And I think, you've brought us now into the actual practice. So we were at the moment still in the strategic policy frameworks and so on. And now you've talked about the key challenges to the energy efficiency, and you highlighted this issue of the financing and bringing that investment up front so that the households and the SMEs and even industry can actually make those energy efficiency investments, where it's more like the pain is now and the benefits are later principle, which is always a difficult one to swallow in order to make those investments. And so I think it's a critical issue, and of course linked to it is the subsidies, whether subsidies are actually needed. And you mentioned a few funds, and of course Jon had his energy efficiency fund that he mentioned, but you mentioned this green financing facility as well. So I think it's a very important an innovative project that we have together in North Macedonia, this one with EBRD. And I think it's probably scalable across other countries as well. So maybe, the other issue you raised was this global supply chain, and what are people doing, in the countries here to engage with the industry, the up-chain industry, the supply chain, and some of you mentioned a few things in terms of the architectural issues, and you all mentioned some sort of stakeholder consultation, but maybe we can go into a bit more detail and hear from the countries represented here. Specifically, you know, what's your take on the financing instrument? Is it needed to have these subsidies ex ante? And if so, you know, would this be a good model, the one that Oleg sort of brought up with these loans? And secondly, what are you doing specifically on the industry, and what are you seeing as the challenges when you speak to the industry representatives in terms of the building materials and so on that need to be put in place at the very top of the supply chain so that we can actually have those energy efficiency in buildings, you know, up front? So could we hear from our country representatives? Maybe let's start with Professor Stepanovic, and then we'll go on to you, Yasmina.
I would say that key phrase, not keyword, but key phrase in this domain would be raising awareness. Because as Oleg said, it's something when we speak about energy efficiency that we have to invest at the beginning, but not having a quite clear picture of how it is going to be given back and so on. And in order to achieve the level when people are going to be willing to invest at the very beginning, we have to work on it, and it's process. It cannot be just, okay, we prescribe that in some law or in some rules or so on. We simply have to go step by step during the time. And I'm witnessing that process in Montenegro is on a very good path, because we have all those different measures of helping people to make their private houses energy efficient. And several years ago, the level of interesting was not so high, but as the time is going on and as the cost of electricity is getting higher and higher, and even though during this winter Montenegro managed to keep the level of those costs affordable, but people are getting aware more and more how they can help themselves, and they start thinking more and more in a long term. And that is also where we need, what I mentioned earlier, collaboration and synergy between different sectors in the country. So I mentioned that we have this joint program of 3 ministries, but we also have to include the 4th ministry, the Ministry of Ecology, of Sustainable Development, and so on. So we have to work together, the state administration, the government and governmental bodies, with the industry, but also with people, with those who are going to invest their own money. You know, Montenegro is a country of sun. And we are trying and we are managing, but again, it's a process that is going to last, to use the sun energy more and more, to use the wind energy, to use in a proper way the hydro potential of our country, but we have to be very careful with that, because it always raises several ecological issues and environmental protection issues. So we have to balance in that domain between these 2 options. Of course, we want to have a cheaper energy, but we cannot ruin our nature, because it's one of our huge potentials, our nature, and some things that we should benefit from in a long-term thinking way. Yes, we have good examples in Montenegro. We have different loans and different incentives and different subsidies, and I can say that I'm happy how it is the implementation of all that system is going on, but still it can be better, and I do hope it is going to be better in a future.
Great. Good. So, and how about in Bosnia? Well, what do you have to say about this?
I would be focusing on some experiences we had when we retrofitted the public buildings, which wherefore we used the credit line of the international IFEs, such as World Bank, EBRD, KFA, but also subsidies by our national budgets at all levels of government. However, we are well aware that the loans, when it comes to investments into the energy efficiency measures, is not necessarily the best possible option. I am telling that because we need to bear in mind, which is a fact, that the energy efficiency is definitely generating savings in itself, wherefore you can pay off the investment, in most of the cases, in a reasonable time frame. Therefore, when we speak about the public sector, we had an approach through the World Bank project, development of the revolving fund for the energy efficiency of public buildings in the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This revolving facility actually represents no interest loan for the end user, and this facility that is capitalized and established will use to retrofit the buildings from already set plan of the energy efficiency of the Federation buildings. Why I'm mentioning Federation buildings? Because we are talking about the same level of the budget. So the payoff of the investment, that is the no interest loan, and the payment of the investments through the revolving fund is made from the appraised financial savings that are planned with the budget of the federal beneficiaries and returned to the facility once or twice a year. Those funds would be revolved for those funds paid to the funds would be revolved for new investments. First of all, we've got the solid capitalization of fund, and we believe that in the next 10 years we would be able to implement all of our plans and thereby increase the capital for some new investments. Which another thing that is important to mention is that the revolving fund in this case is funding and implementing the energy efficiency measures and is monitoring and is verifying the made consumptions. Thereby, the end user in the public sector should not engage its own strat to monitor the plans, and that's maximum support to public facilities. And our intention is to apply the same menacing when we are retrofitting the other buildings. The situation when it comes to the housing or residential units, residential facilities, is different. In this case, first of all, we opt to develop the retrofitting building program that is in the final stage of drafting. So the idea behind this, actually, we encounter the different barriers, first of all, statutory, but also other barriers that hinder a continuous and a smooth implementation. And even if we would have all possible funds available, so we don't have the developed system of the building managers, and then again, funds for paying those managers. We have the empty funds, so we cannot pay the building managers. So these are some of the barriers we encounter in the residential sector. So we are trying to overcome them. But another significant barrier is to ensure continuous financial inflow for the subsidies. And we are trying to manage it through the environmental policies, faculties of the Federation and Republika Srpska, in a way that we would, in a law on renewable sources of energy, we would envisage the fee for renewable sources of energy, which would be paid into that fund, and thereby enabling the continuous source for retrofitting of the building. Like the colleague in Macedonia, we had one good example by EBRD that through GF developed in Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, the practice has shown that the residential buildings, that it is very hard to apply when the residential buildings are in question, because you don't have the consensus of the owners of the residential units. So if we are talking about the residential building with I don't know how many units of the facade and the openings in the safe, that you actually anticipate the paying off of the whole investment. But the people, unfortunately, the residents do not have a consensus. And only, for instance, you've got only 7 apartments that would really like to be involved in that, but the remaining apartments, owners of the apartments do not know. As mentioned, behavioral changes should be observed. At any rate, we are boldly walking towards that end. No other choices are left to us, and this is the only proper road. So the focus would be on the residential sector. Thanks to IPA 3 for 2023, we've got a project that would focus on that. So in Federation, 30 million of our convertible marks would be invested into this end, specifically focusing on residential building and individual households to apply, so that they apply measures of energy efficacy. And this is going to be one test for all of us, both institution and the end users, to see where we are, what lessons we can learn together, and so forth.
Very interesting. Maybe I could come to you now, to Serbia, to hear a little bit more about what are you doing in terms of the financial mechanisms, and how have you resolved this issue of the resident, or what's your thinking on this, the residential buildings, which cause a little bit more difficulty because of the split between the, who's going to be benefiting from the actual investments, is the owner or the tenant, and this kind of thing. So maybe hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think if we implement all of this, everybody will benefit from it. And my answer, I would try to follow up to what my previous colleagues have said. Like Mr. Oleg, in Republic of Serbia, we're aware that without major incentives from the state, it is not possible to achieve energy efficiency. So I will go back to my answer to the first question. What we're doing as a state right now is implementing these programs of renovating and retrofitting buildings. And one of the categories are residential buildings with multiple residential units. And by implementing these programs, we're trying to create predictability so that we can involve the private sector too, because even if the state allocates substantial funds for incentives, it will not be enough. We can achieve these goals only if we establish public-private partnerships. Talking about incentives, in my humble opinion, those are not only direct financial incentives that we can allocate through our programs, but also the protection of the construction industry in various ways. I think that only if we have a strong construction industry, it will be ready to accept and implement innovations and higher standards of construction. So by intervening as a state, we're trying to protect the construction industry, to make it strong so that it can implement these standards. We're trying to protect it from increase of construction material, inflation, and similar. So it is up to us, as a ministry, we are working on establishing strategic frameworks. So we don't have a lot of results in practice that we can brag with, but we're looking at other ministries in the Republic of Serbia that did implement certain activities, that pioneered certain ideas, learned their lessons. We're trying to adopt their best practices and learn from their mistakes. We saw that short-term financial incentives are not enough for the private sector. This is why I mentioned these 5-year programs that we're about to adopt. And the whole process should also be taken down to the level of local self-governments and the autonomous province, because it's either that or to create a parallel body that will implement these programs, or to rely on the potentials of local self-governments.
learning here that these financial incentives aren't enough, and that there are perhaps other incentives that one can use to protect the construction industry. So I think this is a very interesting example. I think we're coming up now to the time when we'd like to hear from the audience, and I know that there are many energy efficiency experts amongst you, and so this is your chance to ask some questions and to contribute to this discussion. So let me open up the floor to questions from the audience. We also have this the online coming through the website questions, which I think are coming through as well as the panel has been proceeding. So there's a question posted here, but let me first start with questions from the floor. So who has a question? Who'd like to come in for our panelists? Gentleman with the glasses in the third to last row. Could you introduce yourself, please, and state your affiliation?
So hello, I'm energy efficiency expert, also cooperating with on the national level with colleagues, also participating in the panel. And also in line with this online question, I wanted to ask colleagues how you see benefits of regional cooperation in also in building renovation and this exchange of experience, and maybe some suggestions how this regional cooperation can be maybe you know, like updated or strengthened in this area of energy efficiency of buildings. Thank you.
Okay, so regional cooperation. To take that, Jan, would you like to go ahead? Thank you.
Yeah, do you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for a very good question, and I was thinking to mention this. It's very important to exchange the experience. Beside the fact that in Moldova we're fighting for reducing the energy consumption during the winter, and in Montenegro, for example, for reducing the energy consumption during the summer for cooling. For us, and I will confirm what Oleg has said, it's very important to participate in the regional working groups, regional workshops, and I think what is doing the Energy Community Secretariat is very important because they are on the thematic workshops are organized. It's possible to learn from the experience of the countries which are a little bit more advanced. For the other countries which are a little bit delaying with implementation of the secondary legislations, with easy to understand how some programs, pilot projects are implemented, and what are their results, what can be avoided when a specific program or project is implemented in your country. So I think it's very important to continue the work what is doing Energy Community Secretariat, especially for Moldova, is very useful. Thank you.
Okay, well that's really great, and you know we've already heard from the use of the NECPs as this also instrument and so on. So I think it's been a very useful instrument. You go ahead, Serbia.
I believe that the question is topical, perfect. Personally, I can say that I was quite happy when I heard that colleagues coming from Montenegro and Bosnia would be panelists. We, as the ministry, unfortunately, do not have sufficient cooperation in the fields of energy efficiency. Colleagues that attended the forum in Slovakia actually informed me that they created the contact with the experts in energy efficiency from Croatia. I believe that in addition to the standard story about how much we can hear from each other, but I believe that it is necessary we attain a higher level of cooperation because we used for a longer period of time in the similar state. We've got a similar type of the architecture, similar type of construction of buildings, and particularly because we constructed those buildings, and those buildings are in need of retrofitting. So I believe that the climate change factors are the same. So if only we observe those two practical sides of that cooperation, I believe that we would all cooperate more.
comment. So there's a lot of similarities across the sub-region, and there's a lot of benefit from learning across the different experiences. So I think there's a consensus on the panel on that. Oleg, would you like to come in? Because of course, you know, you're again representing the regional organization, and you also have different working groups and so on that cover energy efficiency. Maybe you want to say a bit about those?
Okay. Thank you, Laura. No, I'm very happy. Well, I'd like to thank Borko for his question. We do cooperate with energy community, and I believe there is one huge potential in this cooperation, but also it's very important that different international organizations don't duplicate what they're doing, that they are complementary, they find synergies and they help, because the whole idea is to help the countries. It's not for the sake of international organizations to do what they do. It's as long as they, as the countries see benefits from this, from the international organization and from the regional cooperation, then that makes sense. I fully agree. In my view, and what I have seen, again, I see it from the point of view of international organization, but when you have a symposium like this, or a workshop, or a group of experts meeting where we have representatives of different countries, it's difficult to measure maybe what comes out of it, how much direct benefit would that particular event have for a particular country, but it's in my way, it's cumulative. In my view, it's cumulative. It's the exchange of ideas, the exchange of experience, the exchange of knowledge, that what brings the real benefit. And I fully agree with colleagues that having all these countries represented on this panel and in this room would definitely help. Sometimes it's funny. I mean, we have so many means of communications these days. So in principle, sitting in your own office or even at home, you can find pretty much everything that you need for implementing things that you want to do. But really, this direct exchange often helps more than any kind of research one would be doing sitting in his or her office. So yes, absolutely, that's how we see things. And indeed, for example, we have been, there were mention of several ways of different funds, revolving funds, and so on. Indeed, and you can learn from other countries, because if there is a particular experience, very often it's not only success, it's very often it's failures, and you can learn these lessons and try to avoid problems that other countries experience, and try to learn from the success that they had. You have to, you cannot, let's be honest, you cannot copy paste, but you can use that knowledge, you can use that experience and implement it in your country, and maybe it'll be better, and maybe then the original country will benefit from your experience.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, the human touch is, of course, always key when it comes to these events and sort of exchanges. So I think it's very valuable, since we've come also from the virtual world of COVID. There's a specific question for you, Jon, on the screen, and it's what is currently more of priority for Moldova? Is it the public or residential building efficiency? If you could answer that, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question for me. There is need for 20 minutes of background information, but I will try to be short. In Moldova, so far, no impactful programs for financing energy efficiency measures in residential sectors were implemented. We have experience of a fund on energy efficiency for public sector, but no, nothing was done important in terms of energy efficiency in the residential sector. So it's very important to give priority for this sector. And I will link to what was said earlier with subsidies. We have a common understanding at the government level that we have to focus the subsidies on energy measures and not subsidies for compensations in the bills. because I totally agree, and Oleg has confirmed that the energy efficiency measures in public buildings have to be seen from a more complex perspective. We speak about the buildings which have 50, 70 years old, and by comprehensive energy efficiency renovation project, you give a second life to these buildings. So from the start, the conditions, the comfort conditions will be improved significantly. The quality of life will be improved. So this is very important, and you cannot count in CO2 emissions or in kilowatt-hour savings these very important aspects. That's why we will give priority to subsidy. We will give priority to energy efficiency in residential buildings, understanding very well that part of these investments have to be subsidized. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. So some more takeaways from this panel. Now we have another question from hello from Albania. The question for all the panelists is, to what extent architectural policies in your countries reflect the energy efficiency standards? And I think I'd like to start with you, Professor, because you're the one, I think, that has this architectural background as well.
This is actually the crucial issue. I mean, we can speak about laws, we can speak about strategies, but if we have no implementation in practice from the architectural or construction sector, building sector, then we didn't do anything. So I cannot exactly answer the question to measure to what extent the architectural policies in our countries reflects the energy efficiency standards, but I can say that we all in this region are working on it, and we are going to have more and more better results during the time. Regarding the cooperation, I think and I agree that we can learn a lot from each other. We can inspire each other. We have to cooperate, and that cooperation synergies are very important. We did different sectors in one country, but also within our countries, I mean, among our countries, because we have, as we heard, similar climate, similar natural sources of the energy, similar architectural style and the construction style and so on. I would dare to say from my civil engineering background that we have quite strong cooperation when it comes to scientific and practical point of view in architectural and construction sector. But we still have to work in this cooperation issue when we speak about national strategies and when we speak about legislation and so on. Not that we do not cooperate, but I think it can be on a higher level. Then when we come to the practice, then we have a very high level of understanding between among experts in architecture and civil engineering. And as I said earlier, it's not only important that you have some standards, you have to find the proper way to apply them in a practice. And it's a process. We spoke about the investment in energy efficiency. It has to be combined with renewable energy sources. And what would be the best option for the raising awareness is something that would be in the best manner promote the importance of this is self-advertising of these systems. You know, when my neighbor have that in their house and they did it 5 years ago or 7 years ago or something like that, maybe I said, oh, come on, they are giving money now, what are they going to do with it? I built my house for less money, significantly less money, and I have more comfortable house. But then when times go and when I compare my bills for electricity or for anything else with him, then I conclude, well, maybe they were more clever than me. And in that system, maybe it looks tiny, minor, not so significant, but I think I really do believe it works in practice, in a real life, it works when you see what's in your neighborhood, but also what's happening in your neighboring countries.
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe at the optimum cost analysis, we would actually set those minimum requirements for the energy characteristic of the building when precisely constructing new buildings and building new buildings. And the concept is based on the fact that in the detailed document design, there should be a main part of that document that is the essay of the energy efficiency, whereby you are proving that the building, while designing, actually tried or meets the standards of the minimum requirements for energy efficiency. It is about the structure, physics of the building, but the thermal and technical systems. The result of that essay is the permit that has its own certificate that has the reference values and the values that that specific building plans to have through the design. The town planners at the municipal levels that are actually issuing the building permit are specifically observing that document before issuing the building permit. So in addition to the other requirements and conditions that they need to meet, a specific requirement, very important for issuing that building permit, is that certificate whether what is the coefficient of energy efficiency, what thermal energy is within the limits of the reference values. If not, then that detailed document design wouldn't be issued a building permit. So this is the first stage where all professions are involved. So the next, following the requirements needed for construction of a new building. So now, new building at that stage needs to meet all requirements. Then is the stage of the construction, which is afterwards tested after you construct the whole building through the energy audit, which result in energy certificate or energy passport, which should be within the minimum set reference values, so that so as to be issued the occupancy permit. So this is the process that we are trying to apply through designing and the construction when it comes to new buildings or buildings to be retrofitted. So this is just a brief answer to the question.
Important sort of vertical integration in a way of the whole process. And of course, one needs to make sure that it's policed as well and properly implemented, but the process is at least there. Okay, so now we have come to the end of the panel, but I'd still like to perhaps ask one final question. Tuba, please introduce yourself.
Hello, hi. This is Tuba from UNDP Regional Bureau. My question would be to all panelists, if they could give their opinion in 1-2 sentences maybe. It would be around how to achieve the behavioral change in the energy efficiency sector in buildings specifically. What would be the most significant intervention and policies, initiatives that the countries could apply to stimulate the behavioral change? If we can have 1-2 sentences, if I can have 1-2 sentences, that would be most appreciated. I know it couldn't be just limited like this, but I mean, having heard all the country experiences on the applications of policies, energy policies, as well as its linkages to the financial mechanisms, technological developments, in a rapidly changing situation in the region. I would like to hear what would be the most, the top, let me say, policy that you would apply at your priority list to stimulate the behavioral change. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, we did hear about the neighbor, the neighbor speaks. And I think, some of these are actually very powerful awareness-raising tools. Oleg, do you want to come in on this question to see, because you were talking about the MRV, which is in a way the key thing for sort of raising awareness.
Sure, Laura. Thank you. I would actually like to approach it from a different perspective. We try to sell energy efficiency for the sake of saving energy, helping to alleviate climate change, and all that. Well, what often works is, well, one thing is money. As they say, it's the economy stupid. However, the other thing, which I think is very much underestimated, you don't sell energy efficiency for the sake of climate change or energy efficiency. You explain that by implementing these energy efficiency measures, you improve your quality of life. It's, if you have double or triple glazed windows, you don't have drafts, you not only save on your heating bill, but your comfort in your home is better. Well, I'll leave aside the cooking fuels, although that is still a bit of an issue in the Western Balkans regions. But in principle, what you do in energy efficiency simply helps you live better. So what was mentioned here, public awareness campaigns, you have to be creative. You have to think what you tell your fellow citizens in your country, so they feel like, yes, we should do it, because I will feel, I mean, let's be honest, a human is an egotistic creature. It does it first and foremost because it's better for this person. So why don't use it? Let's take advantage of this feature and let's say, you will live better. This is your quality of life. The air will be cleaner. What you breathe indoors and outdoors will be better. Let's use that. That's the behavioral change I'm talking about, and how to pursue it.
Well, so I think that that's a very good note to end on. And if I could, if I could just add, it also allows the people who've invested in the energy efficiency measures, as you said, to be resilient, much more resilient in the long term to external shocks. And that way they can have also, more comfort in knowing that they're investing for the long term as opposed to just short-term sort of considerations. So with that, I think we'll end the panel here. Thank you very much to our panelists. I think it's been a very interesting exchange. Thank you to the audience for being with us and actively participating. And I hope you've all enjoyed the exchange. Thank you.
Sam projekat povećanja ulaganja u javne objekte sa niskom stopom ugljika u Bosni i Hercegovini je počeo već 2018. godine i evo sada je na pola životnog vijeka. Ukupna vrijednost projekta je oko 122 miliona američkih dolara, od toga 17 miliona je grant GCF-a, a 105 miliona je sufinansiranje raznih nivoa vlasti.
Teme koje su trenutno veoma aktuelne za ove oblasti su svakako uvođenje energetskog menadžmenta u sistem javnih zgrada.
Uglavnom se dolazi do jednog zaključka da se ovo treba podići na viši nivo.
Mi smo kroz ovaj zadnjih 10 godina proveli čitav niz uspješnih projekata, dakle što se tiče same obnove utopljavanja javnih objekata.
Dok mi u Bosni i Hercegovini ne počnemo tako razmišljati, od toga nema ništa.
Već moramo primjenjivati zakonske obaveze u svom poslovanju i svakako da nam i u tom segmentu iznimno pomažu edukacije. Ono jedino što nam više možda treba je podrška viših nivoa vlasti.
country of 220 sunny days a year. The sun is an inexhaustible source whose light can be converted into electricity by means of PV panels.
The solar panels are a renewable source of energy directly contributing to the much-needed electricity savings.
The project, supported by the government of Japan and implemented by UNDP in Albania, aims to reach the new national target in response to the Paris Agreement on climate change. This is to reduce by 20.9% the greenhouse gases emissions by 2030 and for the share of renewable energy in the gross energy consumption to reach to 42%.
One example is UNDP Climate Promise that aims to increase the ambition of renewable energy mix in Albania.
Since day one, the government of Japan has been very supportive of matters related to the realization of carbon neutrality, clean energy, and green economy and climate change. This issue is becoming more critical now as the world are facing a deteriorating energy crisis after Russia invaded Ukraine. We are confronting the need to find and promote alternative energy sources, formulating roadmaps for energy transition, and finding ways to provide clean energy to all.
Solar energy can be used for heating, lighting, and other needs in households and buildings, which are currently dependent on electricity. The project envisages to support to national policies with a special focus on buildings, grants for public buildings in the installation of solar panels for demonstration purposes, technical assistance and trainings for the private businesses and the supply chain of solar photovoltaic systems. Cooperation with the Albania-Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry with exchange programs to increase capacities to attract Japanese investments. Indeed, several businesses like Latitude that have taken such an initiative have calculated the economic benefit.
Fitimet janë të dukshme, nga fillimi I vendosjes së tyre deri tani, e përkthyer kjo në kursim të faturave energjetike në fund të çdo muaji.
Albanian government has created a dedicated energy efficiency agency aiming to achieve the national objectives.
For us, as the Agency for Energy Efficiency, it's important. Currently, we have shown our support into several projects that have been happening here in Albania, several pilot projects to increase the awareness of the people.
UNDP Climate Promise helping countries towards a sustainable energy solution for our planet, for our life.
It brings us closer to the aim of a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable economy.
What a great video to start our session with. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all participants of our Knowledge Symposium, all those sitting with us today in Belgrade, but also to all those following us online. My name is Jana Kopernik. I am a global technical specialist on energy based in Istanbul. I am very pleased to be able to open the next session where we'll be zooming in and focusing on the nearly zero energy buildings and setting the scene in the context of current challenges and opportunities in the Balkan Plus context. We'll be diving into this interesting topic with our great 5 speakers. And allow me to start a round of introduction. Mrs. Paula Rey Garcia, who is joining us online. Paula is the Deputy Head of Unit B3 on Energy Efficiency, Buildings and Products at the European Commission, Directorate General Energy. Prior to working at the Energy Commission, she worked at the United Nations Environment Programme for several years, after having acquired experience in the private sector as a consultant. She holds a Master's in Economics, Policy and Regulation at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She also has a degree in Biochemistry and Molecular Biology from the Universitat Autónoma de Madrid. Thank you, Paula, for joining us online from Brussels. The second guest speaker I would like to welcome is Borko Rajcevic. Borko is a senior energy efficiency expert and implementation data analyst at the Energy Community Secretariat. He's supporting energy community contracting parties, which includes 6 Western Balkan countries, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, in implementing EU energy efficiency policies and legislation and enhancing regional cooperation in the context. Borko has over 15 years of experience of work and research experience in the field of sustainable energy and previously worked also as an energy efficiency advisor for the government of Montenegro. He holds a bachelor degree in electrical engineering and master's degree in international business management. Warm welcome to Borko as well. The next speaker we have is coming from Montenegro, and I would also like to welcome Ivan Mrljavić, electrical engineer by profession and a graduate from University of Belgrade, who currently works as an executive officer of the Directorate for Development and Investments of Elektroprivreda Crne Gore. Ivan is also a member of the Association of Energy and Mining in the Chamber of Commerce of Montenegro, the Interinstitutional Working Group for the preparation of the National Climate and Energy Plan, and of the Interinstitutional Working Group for the National Strategy of Smart Specialization. The next speaker is Laureta Dibra, coming from UNDP office in Albania. Laureta is a National Adaptation Plan Project Manager for UNDP, supporting the government of Albania to increase its capacity to address the country's climate change vulnerabilities. Laureta has previously worked as a director in the Ministry of Energy and Industry, focusing especially on developing legislation and policies related to energy efficiency, renewables, and fuel quality. Previously, Laureta has also worked in the Ministry of Environment, contributing to the development of policies and strategies around air quality, climate change, and chemicals. Laureta, welcome and great to have you representing Albania. And last but definitely not least, allow me to introduce Elvis Hadžikadić, who is the director of Plus Minus, or Plus Minus, coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Elvis is a mechanical engineer by training with an extensive knowledge and experience of over 15 years, primarily in the field of energy efficiency and renewable energy for public buildings. He has successfully overseen over 240 infrastructure projects in Bosnia and Herzegovina. These projects were specifically aimed at enhancing energy efficiency and renewable in public buildings, implementing solar systems, biomass heating, heat pumps, and natural insulation. He has also worked with a number of partners, several of which we have also represented in the symposium, including UNDP, EBRD, but also GIZ and World Bank. Elvis, welcome to you. We are very pleased that all of you have the chance to join us today during this Knowledge Symposium and share really your experience and lessons learned from your countries and from your previous professional experience. To make the session a bit more interactive, as we are having also audience following us online, we have prepared 3 questions. We would like you in the audience sitting in the room here, as well as all those following us online, to vote on during the session. How can you vote? You can click on www.reebn.com. You should be able to see also the address on the screen, or using a QR code. You will have the whole session to vote, and therefore please engage. We will look at the results of your voting at the end of the session. Therefore, stay tuned and feel free to vote at any point during the next 1.5 hours. So what are the questions? What do we want to know from you? Let us look at the very first question. So the first question is, how familiar are you with the concept of the nearly zero emission buildings? And what it means. You can vote of how you feel that you're familiar with the concept. The second question refers to how important is the concept of nearly zero building in your view or in your country. The third question asks about what is the biggest obstacle in your view to reach nearly zero buildings in your country. And here you have a set of options among which you can choose what you think is the biggest contributor, the biggest challenge in your country. Equally, please use the website to pose any questions by creating a post. We will have a Q&A session or questions and answer sessions at the end of the panel, and we want to hear from as many of you as possible to see how this topic resonates in your country. With the introductions and launch of the voting complete, let us zoom directly now into the topic. Countries in this region exhibit relatively high levels of energy intensity, and many of them depend highly on fossil fuels, in some cases even imported fossil fuels, to address the energy needs. Most of the energy infrastructure in the Balkans region was built in 1960s or 70s and has been reaching end of its lifetime in some of the countries. Therefore, there is a recognized need to retrofit old buildings, as well as embed the principles of energy efficiency into the design of the new buildings. And therefore, also in that context, the concept of nearly zero building has been introduced, I would say, rather recently by the European Union. And according to the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, all new buildings constructed in the EU member states must be nearly zero energy buildings. And as the countries in Balkan Plus region are striving to join the EU, they need to adapt also to this new legal framework. So this topic is of a great relevance for many of you also sitting here, and many of you also being practitioners and striving to define what the nearly zero concept is. So during this session, we would like to discuss the state of play vis-à-vis the nearly zero energy buildings, the state of readiness of the countries in the Western Balkans and Moldova, and the approaches that the different countries are taking in this respect. So without any further ado, let us open a set of questions. The first question I would want to direct to Elvis. What is the difference between a regular energy efficiency in building and net or nearly zero concept? And how important is it to strive for net zero or nearly zero in this region? Over to you, Elvis.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to speak in Serbian so that everybody can understand, as we have a saying here locally. To answer your question, actually, it's a great question concerning some standard typical construction and some regular energy efficiency requirements for new buildings. They are all embedded in local legislation in the Western Balkans. Maybe it's best to say that we're talking about 10 centimeters of thermal insulation on outer walls, 15 centimeters on the roof, double-paned windows. And in most of these countries, there are no even requirements for primary energy calculations. Most of these economies are calculating the thermal needs at the level of a building. We need to start with calculating primary energy in order to have a better view of technical systems and types of fuels that are used. The facade is just the first step. However, the system that is installed in the building also has to be energy efficient. And if we're talking about long-term decarbonization, we have to strive toward a better use and more intense use of renewables. The nearly zero buildings are obligatory in the EU for all new buildings since 2021. Nearly zero building is way more energy efficient. It almost doubles the values that I just mentioned. The values of energy efficiency that we have with the typical standards. Now, this nearly zero energy building gets most of its energy from renewables. And a smaller part may come from other fuels. We're also talking about net zero emissions buildings that can refer to energy and emissions for a period of time. For instance, in the summer, where we have a surplus of renewables, sun in particular, a building can have a surplus and then give that energy into the grid. However, during the winter, when it's harder to access renewables, it can use some energy from the grid. And when we take a look and add how things are at level the whole year, the amount of energy that it put into the grid is the same as the amount of energy it took from the grid. And the directive adopted by the European Parliament on March 14th this year practically orders the member states to, starting from 2026, January 1st, all new public buildings must be zero emissions, and all other buildings must be zero emissions from January 1st, 2028. Now, what is a zero emissions building? The primary energy used by this building is compensated for from renewables. It can be renewable energy generated at the site. It can be energy for own needs, for joint consumption. It can be generated by a third party and used in the building. And here, the emphasis is placed on the community of renewable energy sources. And another component is that these buildings should be connected to renewable systems of heating and cooling. So we see how every 5 to 6 years we're getting more ambitions and we're having more requirements. I believe that the countries of the Balkans region are still stuck at the first step. The typical energy efficiency measures. I don't want to sound like as a pessimist right now, but you know yourselves that we still have a lot of buildings that even don't have any thermal insulation on the outer walls. And now we are supposed to have 20 to 25 centimeters of insulation and renewables and integrated systems, and it takes time, but it also takes initiatives. And we're lacking initiatives. There are beautiful examples all over the European Union showing that people have been thinking about this. So we can take a look at that as something to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years. It's easy to come up with a roadmap and adapt to this road if we want to achieve nearly zero emissions buildings. And I think that we want to. When we become member states of the EU, we will need to transpose all the acquis commitments into our own legislation. But the sooner we start, the more opportunities we will have to obtain funds and implement this whole process of transition from standard energy efficiency to nearly zero buildings and net zero buildings. I also think that we should finalize the process of adapting of integrated national climate plans. That will be another tool that will be very important for us in the upcoming period. Additionally, we should come up with the definition of nearly zero buildings for the countries of the Balkans region. As far as I know, so far only Kosovo has the legal definition of nearly zero buildings. They said it's 50%, that it's a building that consumes 50% less energy than a reference building, uses more than 25% of renewable energy sources, and there's a third criterion, but I forgot, my apologies. But all other countries are on the way to adopt these definitions along with requirements and plans to achieve this in the upcoming period.
Thank you very much, Elvis, for sharing very interesting insights, as well as defining the concept of nearly zero buildings and what it means in the context of this region. Now I would like to turn to Paula from European Commission to set the scene on how you are viewing this concept at the EU level and why it is important to strive for it in this part of the world. Over to you, Paula.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon. Very happy to join this conference today and this important session. So I think from the perspective of the European Commission, really a very important element that explains really the added value of the nearly zero energy building concept that we have in EU legislation today, as it was mentioned, is the impact that it has in setting a future-proof vision for the sector, because this we have seen that really helps to mobilize stakeholders around the concept and to really improve the performance of the building stock over time in alignment with this concept. A very important differential aspect of the nearly zero energy building concept in EU legislation is that those buildings really need to have, on the one hand, a very high energy performance, which means very low energy needs for heating, for cooling, for ventilation and for lighting, but also that the low energy need that remain need to be covered to a very large extent really by renewable energy. So both renewable energy supply and a very high energy performance go hand in hand to meet the standards for nearly zero energy buildings in EU legislation. In practice, you had mentioned design earlier on. This means that to improve the energy performance of buildings, designers really need to properly consider really the optimal combination of energy efficiency measures and of the use of energy from renewable sources. And this really already when planning the building, but also in design and construction. What we have seen also in the European Union is that thanks to the concept having been introduced in legislation in 2012, now new buildings in the EU consume less than half of what they consumed more than a decade ago. So really it has had a very important impact on the performance of buildings. Today, as you may know, we are also revising this concept. This is now in negotiation because really the nearly zero energy building concept was meant to set, let's say, the vision for 2020 in particular. So the deadlines were in 2020 and 2021, depending on the type of building. But now in the context of the 2030 framework, and the 55% climate target ambition, we are in fact suggesting and proposing a new concept, which would be, let's say, the next step after nearly zero energy buildings, and which would be zero emission buildings. So here we really align the concept with the energy efficiency first principle, and we also reinforce everything that has to do with the coverage of energy needs from renewable energy sources, and also with an additional focus on facing really on-site carbon emissions from fossil fuels, because the area really of phasing out fossil fuels from heating is quite fundamental also to the 2030 framework. We also are updating the deadlines to align with the 2030 framework, and this is a proposal that is now in negotiation. So whilst it is in negotiation and until the new deadlines would apply, the concept of nearly zero energy buildings still is in force. And I think the main message from our side really is that our experience is that a vision for new buildings with the adequate ambition along the nearly zero energy building concept is really very impactful and very important, and that is also necessary to keep revising it and adjusting it in line with the overall climate and energy ambitions. And then we have also seen that, in fact, the vision for new buildings and its ambition has also a very important impact on existing buildings and on the renovation, because it really pulls, let's say, the sector overall, not only new buildings, which are subject to the direct obligation, but also increases ambition for the renovation of existing buildings. And it, I think, is also very important for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paola. I fully agree with you that setting the right ambition for each country and for the region is crucial. And we have also heard from Elvis his honest insight about moving fast and some of the bottlenecks. And this is the question I would want us to pose and spend a bit of time looking at Borko to see how do you envision having nearly zero energy buildings in this region? And do you think it's possible it will happen anytime soon? And what are the key bottlenecks?
So thank you for the invitation also. And so the Western Balkan countries, Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine are members of the energy community, and through this model we are trying to implement also energy performance of building directive and tackle these common challenges. And we are also following these developments in the EU, and most probably this directive will be adopted this year in EU, and then next year it will be also obligatory for contracting parties, for these member countries. And then there are some updates, as we heard, on this nearly emission buildings. Until now, we were trying also through energy community, regional cooperation, regional group on energy efficiency to somehow tackle common challenges, discuss different issues related to building renovation, implementation of EPBD. It's one of the most complex energy efficiency directives, because energy efficiency in buildings also tackles many cross-sectoral also policy areas like common owner association legislation. Also, it needs a lot of cooperation between stakeholders. And in previous period, countries were focused on legal adaptation. So some countries were preparing this focused energy performance of building laws. We heard today also from Serbia, from Moldova, from Montenegro. Also, there is ongoing process of update of legislation. So they were focused on these legislative aspects, also creation of these minimum energy performance requirements, cost optimal calculation, then how the energy performance certification of building to work. But when it comes to implementation, then focus was primarily on public buildings, and this was due to this, like how to say, simplicity of implementation, more simplified implementation in the public buildings. And now countries are more and more going toward residential sector, multi-apartment buildings. There are still many barriers or bottlenecks. We are trying to resolve this. There are also the characteristic of contracting parties, but also many of the bottlenecks are also common, like in EU. I would mention maybe a few of them. So this basically renovation is a long-term process. It requires also the development of the building renovation strategies, proper budgeting, proper also planning, and this cooperation between stakeholders. And this is also issue which is problematic in Western Balkan countries and also in some EU countries. Also, this nearly zero energy building is very much linked with functional energy performance certification in buildings, because many countries define this nearly zero energy building standard with the achievement, for example, of these higher levels of class, like class A, class B, and then distributed further toward G. And in Western Balkan countries, this certification worked partially, or in some countries is still under development. So this is some maybe enabling, how to say, component as an enabler to work on further on implementation of this concept. So energy performance certification is very important, and many countries have ongoing activities on implementation. Then when it comes to financing, so there are currently also from EU, from regional donors, some funds available. There were focus was also on public buildings. There are now also two big EU regional programs, Regional Energy Efficiency Program managed by EBRD and KfW, and also Green for Growth Fund. Which are now including, they got additional financing for 100 million euros for additional measures in energy efficiency, including buildings. So this will be also, how to say, focused and improved during the next period, also in the light of fighting energy crisis. And what is characteristic of our countries is this high share of energy poverty, and this is one area where really this state somehow program and subsidies need to be organized in order to achieve this any kind of the nearly zero energy standard or high energy efficiency standard. And yeah, this is something which is mentioned this morning with this EU support package. And also EU has this whole energy building renovation wave initiative, which is active in EU, and now also trying to mirror and replicate it in energy community countries. There is this building renovation wave initiative. It's for Western Balkan countries, which is now one of the flagship initiatives for Western Balkan, and European Commission is trying to allocate this money through different funds. So these are these regional funds. There are this EU support package, which will be developed also for to tackle in the next phase more concretely energy efficiency measures. And of course, there is many activities from donors like UNDP. I know, for example, one more characteristic of our countries is a very high share of this informal construction. And it's also a big question how to treat these buildings and how to enable this pretty big portion of buildings to be legalized in a way to achieve also this proper energy performance requirements. And the UNDP was supporting, I know, for example, Montenegro in this whole legalization process, and energy performance of buildings were some of the very important elements. Okay, I will stop here and then, yeah, we continue. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Borko. Now I would like to turn to Laureta to share your experience from Albania. How do you see the challenges and bottlenecks, and whether they're similar to those we have heard from Borko or different? Over to you.
Thank you for the invitation, first of all. And I would like to say that to assess the likelihood of Albania to achieve the nearly zero building standards in the near future, for sure that it is a complex task. And in my opinion, it is related to the various drivers that are going to push these processes ahead, such as the EU accession process, the energy community obligations, commitments, Paris agreements, and also the most important one, the country energy demands. If we are talking for the obligation that Albania has towards the relevant EU legislation on energy efficiency, we started this process in 2015 with the adoption of the law on energy efficiency, and 2016 with the law on energy performance in building. And we have completed the full package of the bylaws for the energy performance building law in 2020 with developing and introducing the minimum energy requirements for the performance in the buildings. Then the methodology of calculating the optimal cost levels for the minimum criteria for energy performance. Then we followed with the preparation of the procedures for issuing the certificate of performance in building, the system of verification and surveying these certificates, and also the methodology for calculation of the minimum energy criteria, which is later finalized with approved software and the generation of the certificate for performance in buildings. So till now we have, let's say, this process is led by the National Energy Efficiency and with the support of the energy auditors, because we have two government orders under the law energy efficiency which regulate the procedures for the energy auditing in the country, for the energy auditors and the energy managers, that actually has been issued more than 67,000 certificates for the building units, which those 20% of those are final certificates, and 80% of them are preliminary certificates. So this process involves for sure the planning processes, designing during the construction that's a permit process, the developers should present also one of the required documents. It also this certificate of performance in building, the preliminary ones, which is prepared by the energy auditors after receiving the data from the civil engineers and architects of the projects, and uploading them in the software and generating the preliminary certificate. So in this context, this has helped also for the market transformation, because it is important that to be in compliance with the nearly zero energy standards, you should apply all these new technologies which are high energy efficiency, such as solar water heating systems or photovoltaics, or these technical elements of the buildings. So this has been, let's say, a great success, I would consider, for Albania. On the other hand, our country, it is relied in hydropower production of the electricity, and considering also the adverse impact of the hydrologic and the climate conditions, it is imperative for the country that where the residential sector contribute with 60% of the energy consumption in the country, to consider just not only the diversification of the energy production, but also measures, energy identification and implementation of energy measures, energy efficiency measures in the country, because there is potential for this reason, as this account about 60% of the residential sector consumption, energy consumption. But there are for sure still problems with the implementation of the legislations, which are related to complete all the policy framework, which is related to the finalization of the long-term strategy or innovation. This is under the process with the support of EBRD. It is expected to finalize, to be adopted by the end of this year. This document, it is in the first phase of consultation with all the stakeholders in the country. On the other hand, according to the the law on energy efficiency, law on performance in building, we have to prepare also a comprehensive national plan on nearly zero energy buildings. And the local energy efficiency plans, which some of them are under procedure with the support of Swiss government projects and GIZ projects. But still, we have also potential for the assessment of the high efficiency cogeneration and efficient district cooling and heating systems, because actually these are missing in Albania, and currently we are doing such an assessment for the Korça city in the southeast part of Albania, which is supposed to create a greenfield for district heating and cooling. But there are difficulties regarding to the institutional, let's say, challenges, because this should be enforced in the terms of increasing the number of people engaged with the energy efficiency, especially in the local level, but also increasing their technical capacities, knowledge, skills for the implementation of this huge legislation which is in place. On the other hand, I could raise also another bottleneck, which is the data, the quality and the reliability of the data information, which in fact plays a very important role. We all know which it is crucial for decision-making process, for the investment processes, and for the identification of the appropriate measures, energy efficiency measures. In the April of this year, the government of Albania has adopted a decision for establishing the monitoring and verification platform for energy saving. So in this context, coming to your question, I am optimistic for the government of Albania in these processes. They are doing some steps. Maybe later I could show concrete examples what we have done through different projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauretta. It is very inspiring to hear a wave of optimism, and I think that that's what's needed, especially if we're dealing with more technically robust concepts that are coming to the region to sort of change slightly how the energy efficiency is implemented. Ivan, in Montenegro, how do you envision the concept of the nearly zero buildings, and do you see the same types of challenges and issues?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, thanks to organizers for the invitation. Let me just go one step behind, speaking from the perspective of power utility, and just to explain, or to try to explain actually why we are interfering in these activities, such as energy efficiency and subsequently net zero buildings. Speaking from the national level and from the power utility level, for the moment in Montenegro, we do produce approximately 3 terawatt-hours per year, mostly from hydro. But I do believe it is very important and worth mentioning that all of the regional countries, including Montenegro, need to decarbonize in the future. So this is the first and extremely important goal, and we do believe that energy efficiency is a part of the solution. So and I need to underline this. So speaking from the perspective of the national government and the power utility, all the savings, all the energy efficiency measures are helping to achieve this goal. We need to replace 1/3 of our production from electricity in upcoming period. And just some lessons learned from the previous years. Yes, ultimately we need to diversify energy portfolio. Yes, as in Albania, 60% of our production is in hydro, and speaking with Russian-Ukrainian war and all the things that happened in the electricity market, this was also one of the very important conclusions. Madam Minister in the first session said that Montenegro adopted the smart specialization strategy. Energy is one of the columns in this strategy, and especially the solar energy is emphasized as opportunity in Montenegro. So this is the reason why we need to focus on energy efficiency. And actually, as a power utility that is in the role of the producer, but as well, we are the supplier of electricity in Montenegro, we need to guarantee the last line of the supply to the producers. And during the last year, we saw how this looked like when you need to import the electricity in order to provide this to your clients. So we are trying to impose one of the key, let's say, strategies for the future, and it is connected with energy efficiency and with net zero buildings. And this is actually the production of electricity at the place of the consumption We really do believe that this is the key for the future. If you are speaking about renewables and about the new projects everywhere in the region, you will often hear that one of the key problems for realization of the projects is grid connection. So it is very hard to have appropriate grid connection, and there is a need for a lot of investments in the grid in order to develop the new solar and the wind power plants. With this promotion of the production in the same place where you are going to consume this, you really do help the power utilities, and you are trying to find a solution. And actually what we are doing as a company, in cooperation with the government, having in mind all the activities of the European Union and Energy Commission, and let's say imposing the so-called carbon border adjustment mechanism, where all the regional countries will need to pay the certain taxes for the CO2. With the support of our environmental fund called Eco Fund, we initiated one rooftop project, let's say the promotion of the installation of the rooftop solar for individual houses and the legal entities. And this project is, let's say, about 30 million euros, 30 megawatts, and now we are initiating the phase 2, and also the citizens a little bit afraid of the possibilities to increase the prices of electricity by power utilities. We were quite surprised how the reaction of the citizens was. They really want to be the part of the transition and the part of the solutions. In the first phase, we envisaged that we are going to have 3,000 citizens participating in the program, and we actually received 14,000 applications. What does it mean? Today we are speaking about a lot of nice things about the strategies and so on, but if you want that these things are living in the practice, you need to make this affordable to the citizens. And actually our company decided to financially support this project. First of all, we were the borrower, let's say, to the citizens. We was the one actually signing the loan agreement with local development fund, investment development fund of Montenegro. We had the extraordinary interest rate of 1.6%, and we just give this to the citizen. The second point that we were doing, yes, we decided, okay, you have the individual house, your task is to apply, and then we will do everything else for you. We are going to install the panels for you, we are going to procure the equipment, we are going to connect you to there. It is up to you to decide, would you like to participate? Where it is the interest of the citizens, of course. What was our, let's say, the principle of the structuring of the projects? For the 7 or 8 or 9 years, depending where they live and what is the installation, is it northern part, southern part, and so on, they are going to repay the equipment in the equal amounts, in the equal repayments rates, like it was the electricity bill. After the 7th year, the equipment is belonging to them. So of course we can speak if there is interest of the power companies to do this. I'm coming back to decarbonization, because in these 2 phases of the projects, we are going to have 100 megawatts of new installed solar capacities. And of course, we will not be obliged to provide this electricity to them, and we will be able to decrease our dependency on the coal for these production. So, coming back to the buildings and the role of the power utility, there is many things to be done in the future. In sense, of course, you need to set up the proper legal framework. On the first panel, someone mentioned, yes, how you are solving if you have many residents in the same building. Are they willing to do this? Now I'm speaking about the old buildings. Of course, the state can impose this as a mandatory obligation for the new buildings. There were some now, the solutions from Slovenia, they are trying to decrease the percentage of the people that need to give the consent, and so on and so on. In this second phase of our project, we are strongly recommending also to the people living in the buildings to apply. We are willing to provide the same conditions for them, and we do believe that in the meantime we are going to find the proper legal framework. Possibly there will be need to amend a couple of the laws in this respect, but we do believe that this is the project of the future in sense of the promotion of the solar energy. Regarding net zero buildings and the role of the power utilities, yes, we are ready to be the partner to the state, to the local communities, to whoever would like to participate in this project, because we do believe that this is the win-win situation. All the energy measures, all the promotion of the rooftop solars or the savings, this is the win situation for the citizens, because they will be, let's say, secured from the sudden increase of electricity prices or whatever. And the power utilities, especially in the region, and all of the 6 countries, and also the neighbouring countries as Moldova and so on, we need to decarbonize. So this topic is very hot for us, and we are willing to be the active participants in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think it is very important to, as you emphasize in the context of a special energy crisis and the situation in Ukraine, that the citizens, not only in the Balkan Plus region, but also in the EU and all the other countries which are impacted, are really looking at the governments for solutions and for concrete interventions. And I think you also brought the element of reality check of what it takes to engage the residents and the customers. So I think that's an important insight. In the first session of our Knowledge Symposium, we heard also about policy interventions and the role of the government in the specific space. But what I would want to hear a bit more now is more specifically for public buildings. What are some of the incentives that are currently in place to inspire a bit more radical transformation in terms of energy efficiency in public buildings in this region? And how do you see this playing out in your country? Laureta, if I may turn to you.
I would like to mention that we in Albania have started this, let's say, market transformation for solar water heating system since 2010 for a period 2010-2015 with a project implemented by UNDP, supporting the government of Albania and funded by Global Environmental Fund. And through this project, in 2009, compared with 2017, in 2017, the penetration of solar water heating in the country was about 65 square meters for 1,000 inhabitants. Compared with 2009, it was 17 square meters for 1,000 inhabitants. So this process started since this period. And it is following with the government order that adopted a decision on self-consumptions in installing photovoltaics or wind power plants, but in our case, solar water are implemented for self-consumption from residential or family consumer or small medium enterprises for 500 till 500 kilowatt. So till now, through this process, we have installed 107 megawatt from this commercial and residential sector, where 70% is from the small medium enterprise and 30% is from the families, the consumers from the families. And another initiative has been last year in October, where the government of Albania, with their funds, have supported 2,000 families for buying and installing solar water heatings, subsidizing them with 70% of the cost. And 30% was covered by the families. This initiative, as I have taken the information, unofficial information, that this initiative is going to be implemented also this year. And as you heard from during the video presentation through the Japanese government, we are implemented a project for market transformation for photovoltaics acceleration in Albania that aims as the final objective to add 1,000 kilowatt added to the installed photovoltaic capacity in the country. Let's say these are the main relevant initiatives, actually. Thank you.
Ivan, how do the incentives look in Montenegro?
Speaking about the public buildings and energy efficiency, I do believe the situation is not bad in the sense the government of Montenegro is having the certain programs of the energy efficiency in public buildings for many, many years. I'm not quite sure about the figures, but there was two phases of the cooperation between the government of Montenegro and German Development Bank, actually including the main focus of the one phase was to the public schools. I'm quite sure for this one, and they did a lot. I do believe that the value of that phase was approximately 30 million or something like that, and just in these days it is happening the second phase of the project of the implementing of energy efficiency, and also the governmental buildings, the ministry building itself and the accompanying buildings was the part of this project. In total, I do believe that there is 80 million euros of cooperation and this, and of course this is the long-term cooperation, if I'm not mistaken, from 2007 or 10, so this is continued during the time. So I think the situation is not bad in this respect. The lot of the schools and the education institutions were fully renovated. They also use this opportunity not just to implement the energy efficiency measures, but also to refurbish all the needs in this respect. So the government is paying attention to this, and now, of course, in these days, there is this new component speaking about the solar panels itself, and also there was one promotion to the citizens. This is not our project as EPCG, but there was also the project of the implementation of the energy efficiency, the solar panels supported with EBRD, also including some 10% of the incentives for them. So it is ongoing story. A lot of things have been done up to now, and now there is a full new glance of the things to be done considering this electricity situation.
Great to hear that there is a lot of work in progress also in Montenegro. Great. Borko, maybe you have a best picture of the regional sort of progress overall. How do you see the incentives and sort of playing out in different countries, and do you think that there could be more done in that respect?
So for energy efficiency in buildings, and also we heard from Ivan and Loretta and previous colleagues, there is some experience, and public sector was really in focus, and many, how to say, experience and knowledge in renovation of hospitals, schools. Now there is this obligation of obligatory renovation of central government buildings, and countries are also doing this. Incentives are there were these subsidies used by from the different programs. So for example, in case of Montenegro or in Serbia, in this for renovation of public buildings, at the beginning there was this direct contracts between, for example, World Bank or KfW and Montenegro with project implementation unit to implement concrete programs. But for example, there are further developments in, for example, in Serbia there is this new administration in the ministry who is now publishing their own calls and focusing also from public to residential, with now tries on multi-apartment buildings. Also we see in Moldova, for example, this efforts to through the special the legal law to create a special renovation fund with focus on building renovations, with previous experience also on and strong institution, also the Energy Efficiency Agency, which is also having this leading role in Moldova. So there are different models, and now with the EU support, with also the, how to say, new models, which will be for sure needed for this deep renovation, there will be opportunities for sure for private sector, so for either through ESCO model or public-private partnership to enter in this field. Also, there are different models of, through this carbon pricing, through taxation, through providing different grants. And we will probably see some even, like new models which will for sure needed to be, how to say, designed in order to really achieve this decarbonization target in the building sector. And when we come to, for example, to buildings, they are really crucial for these decarbonization targets in the energy community and in EU. And we recently, last December, adopted these energy and climate targets. And now there is this, how to say, process of recreation of this enabling framework, so incorporating of these targets, including for the building sector in integrated energy and climate plan, in building renovation strategies. But in parallel, there are many activities on investments, and we should also, in future especially, focus on implementation. Maybe what we forget to mention as a also important factor in this sense is also the stakeholders cooperation. So this is also when it comes to implementation, there are different models, but in case that there is no specialized like an agency, or then it should be very strong interministerial cooperation. And in some EU countries and also in some of our countries, there are special working groups on specific building types, like for public buildings, for residential, for investments. So this kind of cooperation, and of course this whole issue of, how to say, non-adequate number of professionals, workers, also educated in this integrated approach of achievement of this nearly zero energy building standard, which needs really constant education and training, and from faculties to the real implementers on the field, and also recognition of this stage renovation approach, where we start with certain in the first phase with renovation, but have this long-term view to achieve really this nearly zero energy building renovation in maybe a bit longer term. Maybe it's not everything cost effective, but just to have this how to say, long-term picture that building should be nearly zero at certain point. It maybe not need to be immediately, or but it should also be tackled in this, how to say, strategic and planning.
Thank you, Borko. Indeed, I think to move with the speed and the scale that we would want for the region to move in that space of energy efficiency for both public and residential building, we need to look for new business models, as you rightly pointed. And also what Ivan was mentioning is another important element. There needs to be a sufficient appetite to adjust the legislation policy in order for these new models to work. And I also want to bring to the point from the very first panel session that Oleg was mentioning, that really we are looking for business unusual, not business as usual. So I think we need to get out of box and see what works and which models there are. Let me now turn to Paula. And Paula, thank you for waiting patiently also online for the intervention. I wanted to ask you, what are some of the models from the EU states or other economies as guided by the EU's Energy Performance of Building Directive that maybe we can learn from? Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. And also very interesting interventions by previous speakers. So I think one element that we have identified as requiring a lot of focus is really the existing stock. So in the previous question, you were asking me about the concept of nearly zero energy building, and that is relating to obligations for new buildings, although of course has an influence also on the existing stock. But what we have seen in the recent years is that we really need dedicated policies addressing the existing buildings. And for this reason, we have put in 2020, and we are implementing now, the so-called renovation wave strategy, with a number of actions really on the regulatory side, on the financing side, and also on the technical assistance side to really boost the renovation of existing buildings. Because what we have seen really is that in the EU, the majority of the stock is really moving and changing very, very slowly. is overall energy inefficient. So we have approximately 85% of the current building stock in the EU that was built before 2001. So really before the reinforcement of building codes and of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive was put in place. And also the majority of those buildings that exist today, practically 95%, will also be standing in 2050. So this really means that most of those existing buildings that are not energy efficient will still be standing, that many also rely on fossil fuels for heating and cooling. They use old technologies, they use also wasteful appliances. Energy poverty, in addition, remains a major challenge for many Europeans, and really the state of the building stock is one of the core causes of this energy poverty. So what we have seen is that we really need, as I mentioned, dedicated policies to address those existing buildings, and that is also very important in order to engage citizens to put the emphasis on the co-benefits, on the social co-benefits that come along with renovated buildings, also with enhanced usability of the building, more efficient use of resources, better health and quality of life conditions. And in parallel, what we have also seen, and it has been also quite important in the context of the COVID pandemic, but even now with the recent energy crisis, is the role of renovation in stimulating economic growth and the creation and retention of jobs. So all these elements really go hand in hand. And in terms of concrete objectives, what we put forward in the renovation wave is the objective to at least double the annual energy renovation rate of both residential and non-residential buildings by 2030, and also to put in place policies and financial support to foster deep energy renovations, because also many of the renovations that take place are in fact also very superficial, and this leads to lock-in effects that are in the end not cost-effective use of resources. So this now currently is being pushed in particular from two angles. On the one hand, the financial support through the Repower EU, that is really putting quite a big emphasis on the renovation of buildings, and on the other, the legislative revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which also aims to reinforce the obligations on building renovation. Because one of the findings that we identified was that, in fact, to address the many bottlenecks that renovation faces, one very important element missing was actually stronger regulatory signal. And this is what we have now put forward with the renovation wave strategy and with the legislation that we are now reviewing. And finally, also to mention that another element that is quite important for healthier buildings, for sustainable buildings, and that may also bring quite positive impacts is the modernization of buildings in addition. So smart building technologies, building automation, better controls, but also very simple measures such as thermostats, can really bring a huge potential in boosting comfort in more efficient buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Elvis, do you see from your perspective and having the chance to implement an impressive number of energy efficiency projects in the country, do you see other models that we can borrow from other countries, and what would they be, or what their key elements would be?
Thank you. Good question.
I'll be speaking in a local language. There is no universal model that can be applied in all the states. We are all well aware of the fact that the EU has not imposed to its members how to define netto zero emission. So each and every state should set the limits and should do the cost-effective analysis, adjusted to its local conditions, available technologies, environment, economy, because each and every member state has a different labor price, energy price, and based on these costs decides what's the best model for each and every EU country. Those are the accepted model, and that would be applied in the coming period. What's initiated long time ago, good models are always provided within the directive through the guidelines that it is giving to us. But there are some models that were implemented 30 years ago, which were predecessors of those modern zero-emission standards. If you remember, the first passive house was built back in Germany 30 years ago. So that facility had a glazing window for the first time built ever in the world. So it was an initiative, an innovation that we are now consuming for granted. Generally speaking, there are principles that are presented in a directive and the passive houses that I've mentioned, but they refer to the fact that we need to retain as much energy as possible in a facility, irrelevant whether it's a public or a private. We need to preserve the energy within the facility, and we would meet that with the quality thermal insulation and the quality works executed. Then there is the orientation of the building themselves. We need to bear in mind and to use solar panels, particularly when the angle of sun rays is lower, and that they can enter into the apartment that we can accumulate. So in the course of the summer, we are putting some kind of blinds preventing the sunlight entering our housing units, and we are increasing the comfort. That is something that we mentioned in the course of the previous panel. And not only that, we are increasing the comfort. Not a single passive or low energy building does not recognize the problem of a moist or humidity. So even some data depicts that 20% of the population is facing with such problem. So most probably because of the high level of the building that do not meet energy efficiency standards. And of course, we have their renewable source of energy enter into stage. The passive house has 15 kilowatt hours on the annual basis for heating, and the heating performance of 10 square meters per 1 square meter. So if you have a house, such a house, then it's irrelevant the price of the energy, because you wouldn't have the impact on the increase of the price of the energy price. It is not the same if you have the house consuming 1 kilowatt and what is the source of energy if it consumed 10 times more. So you would have less impact on the growth of the prices in the market, and thereby you would have a certain comfort. And now, observing the state of affair, the heating pump or the solar panels are good in that sense, because we can have the cooling and the heating and thereby consumption of the energy using the same resources. And in that regard, it is important, particularly now in line with the directive, to leave the room in the energy grids, not to overburden them, because one of the ideas is that the socially vulnerable categories are left with more room to transport that energy. Another important thing to be mentioned relates to the fact, and I mentioned it in a panel that was organized a month ago, generally speaking, in the region, Balkan Plus, but I would refer more to the Western Balkan region. When we are purchasing a new vehicle, we are all asking about the consumption. consumption of the fuel, diesel, at 100 kilometers, but I haven't heard a person, maybe just a few of them, that were purchasing a house and saying, okay, how much of the energy I would using per square meter, and we are living in those premises for 16 hours, and maybe we spend the 1 hour of a time of 1 hour of a day in a vehicle, but most of our time we spend in different facilities. Another important aspect I forgot to mention initially, with the nearly zero building, it's ventilation, because now we are closing under the brackets hermetically. We need to use that air. We need to ensure the inflow of the fresh air. And 30 years ago, the first highly efficient operator was created. Now we've got those recuperators in the market over 90%. If the outside temperature is 0, the internal 20, and we are actually expelling the air, and there, without the additional heat, you would heat the outside temperature to 18 without the spent kilowatt hour. So that principle, through that principle, we're reducing cost, and we are increasing that internal comfort of and the fresh air that would be in our premises. The problem of the Western Balkan countries, and generally speaking, Balkan Plus region, as far as I'm aware, our public facilities have no ventilation system. If you observe the kindergarten, schools, or even newly built facilities are built without the ventilation. I don't know a single housing unit that has the ventilation. Maybe rare. There are rare examples. That is going to be the challenge in the coming period, particularly when the retrofitting is in question, not when we are defining the design of a new building, because it's easier to do it from the scratch in one step, but the reconstruction or retrofitting of existing either residential or the public building, we would have additional cost because we don't have such a system. It's a completely new investment, and it increases by far the cost of retrofitting. Another important thing to be mentioned is that in the analysis that we did for the Western Balkans, that our public buildings are consuming 450 kilowatt hours. If we observe the report on the EU member countries, regarding the progress in the nearly zero building and the optimum costs, the medium consumption of all EU member countries was 100 kilowatt hour per square meter annually. So if you compare 450 with 140, we are consuming 3.2 times more. If we are talking about zero emission, then the difference is even higher, because the consumption of the primary energy is lower to 60 or 40 of the primary energy. There's a huge potential, but mostly in the sense of the engaging of the labor force. So if we observe only new building in Balkan Plus region that could be converted into the nearly zero building, the assessments are that at the annual level, we could employ 160,000 new people, actually to create 160 new green jobs. If we compare it with the 900,000 of unemployed people, then we also see the potential in that regard. So we should be focusing a lot on education of the qualified labor, and it is important that we embark into a new program to mention all the funds, EU funds, and that part would be focused to implement the measures, but the economies should also devise new plans and to continuously do it. If we are implementing 20 and next year we stop, we cannot expect out of the construction sector that it would keep the pace with us. Nobody would hire 100 people, educate them, and lay them off next year. So it has to be a continuous period of many years. And therefore, I believe that we don't have much time, but we have wonderful examples from the EU that we can use. Another important thing to mention is that with new directive EU will no longer support fossil fuel as of 2024. So you wouldn't find any program to fund that. They also focus on the sustainability of the projects themselves. We are not using just the energy consumption, but also sustainability and the potential of the global heating. So the life cycle of the building would be taken into account and the installed carbon into the building. By 2027, EU member states should, that is EU, should set the methodological framework, but as of 2030, each EU member state should set its own goal that should be reduced year after year. That means that the overall process would be observed, and the material, building material for reconstruction, they would also monitor how they are carbon intensive in terms of raw material, transportation, installation in the very building, operational costs, while the building is being built and after the end of its life cycle, when you should demolish such a building and then transport back again to the landfills. In addition to the limited energy, this part is also going to be limited, and that is going to be a kind that is stimulate us to create a sustainable solution and use natural materials. You know that the EPS has embedded a carbon emission in its products. There are a lot of other programs, Bauhaus, for instance, that are practically advising through the very directive to try to find some regions or districts where these measures would be implemented. Because if you look at an entity or a settlement, it is much easier to implement those measures. So you can collaborate, cooperate with the industry to see how to reduce the cost of the construction if they would be producing panels, for instance. There are examples at the EU level to promote nearly zero buildings, but one specific project where they tried to create, through one project, efficient device for ventilation, where its price would be reduced by half, bearing into the count the amount or the turnover or the capacity of the production that should be organized in the coming period. Maybe we are small markets. Maybe we should look into that direction. Can we jointly use some local material, labor force, and the material and the devices that would be of a use in the coming period, or we would simply import it? And since our labor is fleeing to EU, we'll see. Most probably we would import all those devices from EU.
Thank you very much, Elvis, for sharing very concrete recommendations as well as options on how to go about some of the business models. And I think it's good to hear that we don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheels. And as you mentioned, some of the solutions, we just have to look at the past. Even 30 years ago, they were there, and we can use them. It's really just bringing forward those solutions. And I think another point is really on the market and on the potential of the Balkan Plus market as we are presenting in this symposium. Despite maybe perhaps being smaller than in other parts of the world, there is a great potential for regional cooperation, for seeking synergies and really working together. And I think even sometimes sharing language among certain countries helps to have these shared not only values, but also priorities and potential planning and cooperation across the borders. Mindful of the time and knowing that also we have our online audience as well as the audience here, I would like to open the floor for the round of Q&A, and therefore I would like to invite firstly the participants in the room to ask questions. So the floor is yours.
Very short question. So probably for Borko and for Elvis, where do you see the place place of the commercial banks in all mentioned projects or initiatives, regionally, locally, whatever? if you can envision or if you know, maybe.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was not mentioned, but commercial banks are already active in, you know, to a certain extent in the region. Yeah, and it's basically through they get support from, for example, from EBRD as a intermediary, and then they.
GEF.
Yeah, for example, GEF, or there is also through GGF some banks active, but yeah, financial sector is one aspect of the which can have new innovative models, and yeah, I would say it's somehow developed from this. There is from the World Bank this financial ladder from the strictly public interventions in energy efficiency, step by step, to really commercial, and then really private sector engagement, and it needs development, it needs time, but yeah, hopefully it will be more active. And the financial sector is, of course, for energy efficiency, I would say, on the equal level like technical part, and also this, of course, socioeconomic, but social part. But yeah, economy, technical solutions is very important.
Elvis, would you want to maybe also react?
Pa, što se tiče...
As for banks, I see them every step on the way. They are involved in all processes at all levels. These measures can be funded by citizens from their own funds or from credit lines, if we talk about commercial banks. There are even some microfinancial institutions that are pretty active lately, especially when it comes to energy efficiency measures such as renewables. When we talk about broader programs, there are international financial institutions, so everybody is involved. We should just find a balance between incentives that will serve to accelerate the processes in the field, to encourage citizens to invest in energy efficient measures, as we discussed at the previous panel. If there are programs, and there are these programs here and in other countries where you have co-funding, of course that people will go for grants, for co-funding, not for a credit line. So we had just to strike the right balance there, but it is up to the country what models they will design and adopt, and what priorities the country will choose to begin with it. But the banks are there. We're talking about a lot of money that the local authorities, the local governments cannot invest them by themselves. We're talking about millions and billions annually, depending on the size of the state. So neither the citizens nor the governments can do it by themselves. Of course that they will need credits and loans and help with the implementation of all these measures.
Any other questions from the audience in person? We have also a question from Igor asking, and I think this one will be for Ivan. What is the role of utility company in relation to the energy efficiency, which I think you largely outline in your interventions, but if you could summarize in a few sentences.
Yeah, actually coming back to what I already said, yes, in the future, all of the regional countries and of course the whole Europe, we need to decarbonize. So in this respect, energy efficiency is extremely important for all of us. And as I said, the power utilities in these days, we are just sharing experiences with all the power utilities from the region, need to include the citizens in the story. There is a possibility, of course, you need to develop the market in your own country, you need to develop the legislation in your own country compared to the European one. I would like to use the comparison in between, for example, Montenegro and Serbia, why and how this is actually answering the questions. So once the citizens will realize and would like to protect themselves, this is the case that I explained why so much the part of our projects in order to protect themselves from the increase of the price of electricity. Now in these days we are just thinking, okay, I'm the citizens, I'm the client, what is my role in this respect, why I should implement the energy efficiency measures and so on. In Montenegro, for the couple of last years, we had the complaints that electricity is a little bit expensive. And then if you are using these, let's say, in the context of the citizens, okay, I will have my panels repaid for the 7 years. And this is the reason why I would like to be the part of these stories. I heard complaints from the colleagues from Serbia, having in mind the VIT topics, a lot of the topics regarding the electricity price, which is even much more lower than in Montenegro. There is a problem with the feasibility of the putting panels on the rooftops, because the repayment period is much more longer than in Montenegro. So the role of power utilities is, let's say, to increase the awareness how the savings is very important. Eventually, in upcoming period, considering decarbonization, most probably the price of electricity will increase. So we all need to take care of this and to be aware of the savings, and we can be the good partner to everyone in this role and to try to make the win-win situations as previously explained.
Thank you, Ivan. The next question we have from Michal, very beautiful view, and he's greeting us from Bratislava, and he would like to know, and I think this would be a question more for Borko, whether there is a pioneer among the Balkan Plus countries with respect to adoption of the nearly zero building concept, either in speed or in scale?
So I would say that most of the countries or all countries are thinking how to include this very ambitious level of minimum energy performance requirements, and then when it comes to the really concrete policy measures, it was mentioned that Kosovo adopted, for example, this nearly zero energy building plan, but also I think Serbia was considering through this recently adopted building renovation strategy how to treat this high level of or close to zero energy performance requirements. And there are in other countries also this ongoing process with more ambitious set to achieve this nearly zero energy building standard. So this is just short.
Thank you, Borko. The next question we have is from Mila, who seems to be enjoying the session and would like to ask speakers to what extent they think that the building price will increase with the adoption of the nearly zero concept, and whether you might have some statistics, but this is a very concrete data question. I'm not sure if any of you would have an answer. Perhaps I could ask Elvis whether he has some insights on, I'm not sure if you're monitoring the property prices in relation to the adoption of the energy efficiency, but is there a correlation?
Well, when it comes to the possible increase in prices, it depends upon several factors. Upon, first of all, the energy price. The energy price is a kind of a booster. If the energy prices increases, then we would opt for measures, for the implementation of the measures. However, if we observe a substandard and whether that would increase specific works depends upon the local economies. If the part of the building material that is necessary, that would be in a high demand in the next coming period, but cannot be locally produced sufficiently, of course, that construction material would increase, which happens in the EU member state. We had the COVID pandemic where we observed 40% increases in all building material prices. So we cannot have an impact on some things that will happen. Maybe yes, there might be increase in prices, but we would have the long-term plans, a continuity. If the market is aware that in the coming period we need to reconstruct 3 million residential buildings, then the producers, the manufacturers would prepare, they would invest the funds so as to actually satisfy the demand. But if we find ourselves with the shortage of specific raw material, definitely it would impact on the prices.
Elvis, we have also a question about the main obstacle to achieve NZEB standards, which I think we touched upon during this discussion. And as it often happens when there is a very fruitful discussion, the time very much flies. And this brings me to the end of this panel session, I would like to sincerely thank you for joining us. It was really refreshing to hear different perspectives from different countries. I think we're all on the same boat, striving to reach the net zero or near zero in buildings, and we're also wishing you all the best in your further strives to achieve that. Thank you very much, Paula, from joining us from Brussels. It was a pleasure to having you, and we're looking forward to further engagement. Now I would like to just open for a coffee break of 30 minutes. And coming up, there will be a next session on the ubiquity of data, devices, and connectivity. So please come back. Speak to you soon. Thank you very much.
Koristi ugalj. Opština sprovodi projekte kako bi grad sa industrije uglja prešao na zelene tehnologije.
Rođena sam u Pljeljima i cijeli život živim ovdje. Vazduh je zagađen, magle su, hladno je, baš su teški klimatski uslovi. Kuća je napravljena 2008. godine. Od tada sam bez fasade, mnogo sam se namučila, smrzli smo se, voda je ledila, hladno, to se nije moglo zagrijati. Ranije sam se grijala i na struju, i drva, ugalj, to se nije moglo ugrijati. Parno grijanje sam imala, nikakvog efekta nije bilo, uglavnom stalno nam je hladno bilo, voda nam je ledila svake godine.
U cilju unapređenja energetske efikasnosti, 81 domaćinstvo izvršilo je termoizolaciju spoljnih zidova, zamijenilo spoljnu stolariju i uvelo peće na pelet. U planu su još 84 domaćinstva.
Saznala sam putem televizije, to je putem oglasa na televiziji, za ovaj projekat. Otišla sam, raspitala se, to mi je djelovalo povoljno. Pola plaća opština, pola sam uzela kredit preko banke i prezadovoljna sam. Urađena je fasada, potkovica, oluci. Sad, to je druga priča, toplije je, manje goriva trošim, račun za struju je manji, ovu zimu nisam ni osjetila. Znamo kakav vazduh udiše u Pljeljima i zato ovakvu priliku ne treba propustiti. Nadamo se da ćemo doprinijeti da vazduh u našem gradu bude čistiji. Ovo je mali korak za nas, ali i veliki za našu djecu jer smo uložili u njihovu budućnost.
Pljevlja, jedan od najzagađenijih gradova.
Загадувањето на воздухот е глобален проблем и е главната причина за порастот на предвремени смртни случаи и хронични болести. Во Европа се забележуваат околу 400.000 предвремени смртни случаи годишно. Се проценува дека околу 4.000 луѓе во Северна Македонија на годишно ниво умираат прерано, како резултат на директна изложеност на високи концентрации на PM2,5 честички во воздухот. Околу 21% од оваа статистика отпаѓа на жителите на главниот град Скопје. Скопје во последните 5 години ја предводи листата на најзагадени главни градови во Европа. Врз основа на студијата на изворите на загадувањето на воздухот во Скопје и анализите што се спроведоа со поставување на повеќе мобилни и статични мерни станици, во рамките на проектот Справување со загадувањето на воздухот во град Скопје, Лисича, како најзагадена област, беше избрана како пилот зона во која почнаа да се спроведуваат низата мерки и активности. Проектот вреден над 2 милиони американски долари, финансиран од Шведска, започна да се имплементира на почетокот на 2020 година од страна на Програмата за развој на Обединетите нации во партнерство со град Скопје и Министерството за животна средина и просторно планирање. 129 домаќинства добија финансиска помош за поставување на нови енергетско ефикасни грејни уреди, нови енергетско ефикасни фасади и замена на старите прозорци и врати со нови. Во соработка со Универзитетот Гоце Делчев од Штип беа поставени мониторинг станици за брзо и детално мерење на загаденоста на воздухот во Лисиче, според строго пропишани протоколи на заедничкиот истражувачки центар на Европската комисија. Резултатите дадоа конкретни податоци за актуелната состојба и мерките што требаа да се преземат.
Квалитетот на воздухот има огромно значење. Ако ги елиминирате изворите и наместо нив имате други уреди, еве за грејење, конкретно грејење, тоа е еден од најзначајните извори во домовите на загадување. И ако ги елиминираме тие извори, сигурно ќе го подобриме и квалитетот на воздухот во домот и квалитетот на воздухот внатре.
Тоа што горат со секакви материјали, тоа се загадува.
Беше премногу задимено, не беше чист воздухот.
Поготово зимно време е многу загаден.
Претходната година не се дишеше овдека.
Лисиче овде регијава е помалку загадена во зима.
Со цел за подобра економска и еколошка ефикасност и подобрување на квалитетот на воздухот, во 129 домаќинства се смени начинот на грејење. Старите печки на дрва и енергетски неефикасните печки се заменија со нови енергетски ефикасни уреди од типот на инвертери, топлотни пумпи и печки на пелети. Кај дел од домаќинствата пак се поставија енергетско ефикасни фасади, се заменија старите кровови, старите врати и старите прозорци на куќите со нови. Сега жителите добија енергетско ефикасни домови кои не загадуваат и трошат многу помалку енергија.
Скоро упола се сменети трошковите.
Помалку струја се троши, помалку за грејење пари се даваат.
Најмалку за 30% е поевтино.
Поевтино и по-еколошки, по-чисто, не се чади.
Феноменално, прекрасно. Јас сум плакала сметки по 18.000 денари.
Паралелно со надворешното, се направи мерење и на внатрешното загадување на домовите. Со замена на грејните тела и новите изолации, резултатите од мерењата пред и потоа ја докажаа и потврдија големината, важноста и ефективноста на проектот.
Концентрациите на загадувачките материи, главните што ги меревме, суспендираните честички PM2,5, се околу 10 пати во просек помали внатре во однос на тоа што беше со старата печка на дрва.
Вака ни е ем полеснето, ем почисто, ем потопло.
Знаат да си раководат, ќе си пуштат клима и така. И јас сум многу задоволна.
Сега е потопло, изолацијата е убаво направена.
Почист воздух дишиме, одошто со дрвата.
Сега е веќе сосема друго.
Врата на кога го да влезам, како во туѓа куќа да влагам.
Ова е благодет за мене сега.
Од енергетско неефикасни домови со лоша топлинска изолација, со стари покриви, врати и прозорци и користењето на старите печки на дрва кои го загадуваа воздухот. Сега населбата Лисиче станува пример и модел кој може да се спроведе и низ целиот град и во сите општини во земјата. Со преземените мери...
Dear guests, dear colleagues, dear panelists, welcome to the third panel of the first day of the Balkan Plus Energy Symposium, Energy Efficiency Symposium. My name is Aleksandra Kikovic. I work for UNDP in Montenegro as a team leader for green and inclusive growth. And I'm happy to be the host of my esteemed colleagues, panelists, and also I hope that we will make this topic interesting for all of you here in the room, but also for all the audience watching and following online. The title of this panel or session is quite complex, and there is a word that I cannot pronounce, so I will actually say that we are going to talk about the importance of data, of digital solutions, smart solutions, that can contribute to increasing the energy efficiency, actually to measuring the effects of energy efficiency measures. And when we are talking about this, after the panel which was dedicated to the concept of nearly zero emission houses, yes, I think it's important to understand how these houses, how we can actually understand the difference between these facilities and all the others that are not energy efficient. And what are the tools that we can use to show that the investments we did actually have certain effects, impacts, and also benefits for all of us. Also, what is important to say, or actually to challenge within this panel, is how not only digital solutions, but artificial intelligence can really help us to understand our behavior and to respond to our behavior or to change our behavior, because smart solutions can teach us a lesson, and we can learn that our behavior every day needs to change. Our navike, habits needs to be changed in order really to utilize the investments done in the facilities. So, I would like to introduce my esteemed colleagues. Some of them I know for quite a long time, some of them I've just met, but I feel like know them for quite a long time. So I will start with Mr. Suniša Ubiparipović, who is a project manager in UNDP in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and who is also leading one of the local offices placed in Doboj in Bosnia and Herzegovina for some time already now. He is actually leading on a flagship project financed by the Green Climate Fund in Bosnia and Herzegovina for already 4 years. He has lots of experience in improving the living conditions of vulnerable groups through projects like flood recovery program, which is also a very important topic in our region, region of Western Balkans Plus. He's also an expert in rural and regional development, and he has a vast experience in partnership building with local, regional, or cantonal and federal governments. He also has a long-standing experience working with IFIs. Welcome, Siniša. Borko Vulikic, Mr. Borko Vulikic, and I forgot to mention that Siniša is IT engineer, so a right person to talk about these things. Mr. Borko Vulikic is my colleague from UNDP Montenegro, an economist by educational background, but well experienced and a professional with more than 15 years of working experience in the fields of area-based development and local economic development, natural resource management, climate change, and resilience. He is the one who makes a strong link between climate adaptation and climate mitigation as perspectives, but also as programmatic activities. Then he is the one who creates always some new innovative approaches, and he is the one thinking 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years ahead, and he is much faster than UNDP. Sometimes fortunately, sometimes unfortunately, but that's it. Welcome, Borko. Our third panelist is Ms. Maja Matejic, Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, who actually started her career at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, continued working with GIZ and Energy Efficiency, Serbian Energy Efficiency Agency, and then worked for a long time in UNDP as a portfolio manager for energy efficiency. But I think that she's now happy because she left UNDP and now is working as a technical expert, and she can dedicate her time to really profession, not some administrative and managerial stuff, which are quite challenging these days. She has more than 30 years of experience, both in engineering and in project management. So Maja, welcome. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Aleksandar Dedinec, who is joining us online. Welcome, Aleksandar. To be honest, I was looking for you the whole day today around the hotel until I figured out that you are going to join us online. Aleksandar is a scientific collaborator with 13 years of experience as a member of the Macedonian Academy of Science and Arts. He is one of the leading national experts in the transposition of the third energy package in North Macedonia. He actually used to facilitate the process of development of a national energy and climate plan for North Macedonia, and now is also doing the same job for Romania. He has experience in energy strategy modeling and has participated in a number of projects related to energy efficiency and renewable energy sources, and he is the one who was an important member of teams working on development of the legislation, law on energy and law on energy efficiency for North Macedonia. Welcome, Aleksandar. And finally, welcome. Finally, Dr. Romana Savickas, who is a senior advisor in the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. Romanas is senior energy sector professional and principal managing consultant with more than 25 years of intercontinental experience in private, public, and academia sectors, and is grounded by theoretical knowledge and PhD degree in energy and thermal engineering. What is very much interesting for Romanas is that he has already developed some smart digital solutions that were actually nominated for some prizes. I will talk about it a bit later. And in 2019, Romanas was listed as a global energy elite by Smart Energy International. He's the author of more than 20 scientific publications and has been developing and managing energy efficiency and climate mitigation projects by utilizing integrated energy systems, district heating, district cooling, renewable, low carbon, building energy efficiency, etc., etc. A very long professional history. And to start with, before we start actually with the panel, I would like organizers to help us to list the questions that are posted on the Twitter wall. So I would like you all in the room and also the audience following us online to engage. We have 3 interesting questions. If it is possible to show them, maybe so I can read them out loud, or even maybe I don't even need to read them, but I would kindly invite you to go through the questions and try to respond. And then at the end of the session, we will have a sum up of your questions. So as I said in the beginning, we would like today to showcase some innovative solutions, digital primarily, that have already been designed, developed, and implemented in our region. And I will start with Romanas. Romanas, kindly, can you show us or present about the digital solution, an interactive actual energy consumption map that was developed for the city of Vilnius and nominated for the first place for innovation in energy by the Eurocities organization under Covenant of Mayors. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I heard very interesting panel discussions about energy efficiency in buildings, zero energy buildings. Actually, I'm a fan of overall life cycle assessment, assessing the cycle through buildings design, construction, operation, and demolition phases. So zero energy should be through all the cycles. And after we constructed a building, or we want to increase energy efficiency of existing buildings, we may focus on passive parts, replacement of windows, partitions, also focusing on active parts, engineering systems within the buildings, not leaving this outside. These engineering systems give an opportunity to increase energy efficiency and to save a lot of energy. And one of the means are digital solutions, what we may have. Maturity of building digitalization reached quite high level, starting from non-digitalized, digitalized, intelligent, smart, and already connected systems. So not only buildings are digitalized, but they connected in between and work on as one integrated energy system. Yeah, and today I will present a case from the city. Heat meters, smart metering system was installed long ago, so I took the data. I did big data analysis. I developed a special scientific methodology to define actual energy consumption and to put on a scale so we may have reference scenarios. What we heard today, but we cannot compare buildings in between because we don't have reference scenarios. So please take a look on short video. Starting from the beginning, we have energy performance certificates. I think it's very good first step forward when we put energy performance certificates. But when I assessed actual energy consumption, I found that sometimes having the same energy performance class, buildings may consume different amount of energy. So being the same time, for example, 5-floor building, yellow brick, the same project type, energy consumption may differ 10, 20, 40%, 50%. I made an analysis for new constructed office buildings with A++ energy efficiency class, and I found difference up to 60, 70%. So that means we have these very efficient, innovative buildings. We have these space cosmic ships, but we don't know how to manage this. So we missing this opportunity. So comparing it in between energy consumption, theoretical and actual, we cannot compare. So to compare apple with oranges, or we have to compare apple with apples. Based on this, I developed a specifically designed scientific methodology. I analyzed all data collected through smart metering system. I did statistical analysis, and after I put all buildings into special dedicated classes from 1 to 15. So to compare these buildings in between, we have to eliminate various factors like one heating season may be very short but very cold. Another heating season may be very long but very warm. It depends on building type. So I defined methodology to compare energy consumption per 1 square meter of a building per 1 day per 1 degree. So how much energy we need to heat 1 square meter of a building per 1 day to increase the inside temperature by 1 degree. So in this case, I can compare energy consumption of 2 different buildings. I can compare energy consumption in one city with another city, one country with another country. So comparing apples with apples. And after putting all this data from 1 to 15, so 1 is the best energy performance class, actual energy consumption, and 15 the worst. So moving with this data, I placed all this data with my colleagues, helping to put them on GIS platform. So all this data are put on GIS platform on different layers. And all these classes presented in numbers and in colors. So you may find how your building is ranked. You see the city map at the moment. You see some districts are in red color, some districts in green color, new developed. And you may even develop a strategy for your city, how to increase energy performance, maybe to start from this district or from this district. You may find city center like a mixture of different energy performance classes. You can compare buildings in between the same building, insulated and non-insulated. And in this case, you don't need energy audit methodology. I found that after building insulation, you may need energy audit to identify how much energy you're saving. But it's impossible to do per all city. With this methodology, you can assess very quickly how energy performance was increased in these insulated or constructed buildings. You see, energy consumption can be defined in various classes. You may have city average. You may compare buildings with smart meters, for example, with heat cost allocators. And you may compare in between. In this case, you see that buildings with heat cost allocators, they consume about 25% less energy, being the same project time. That means we're not comparing insulated building with non-insulated, we're comparing the same buildings. And from the picture, you see one building is selected with actual energy consumption class 8, and identical buildings, they have actual energy consumption class 5. So why my building, being the same project type, the same construction, consume much more energy? You see the picture of an old town, and you, based on this statistical data, may found that, okay, maybe energy consumption is in old town is very big because old buildings, and they are not insulated, it's not easy to increase energy efficiency. But based on this methodology, you may found a baseline scenario or reference number that from this value, energy consumption even is too high even for all town buildings. Not telling that, okay, its consumption is very high because it's in all town. No, based on this, we even can say it's quite low for all town, or maybe it's too much even for all town. So these analytical tools will help to change behavioral changes, cultural changes, assessment, and different studies show that cultural changes, they must happen. Last year, we developed a publication about behavioral changes, digitalization and energy efficiency. And for example, if you have old means, even thermostats, digital means, why this not happen? Or for example, young mother with small kids having smart thermostats, maybe does not have enough time to switch this thermostat or something. So why this is not happening in practice? So set your digital ambitions high, and I can talk about this all day. Please come to me with questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you so much, Romanas. This was quite interesting, and I think triggering thinking about not only scientific approaches and tools and methodologies that need to be developed and applied, but also as a response from all of us, and behavioral change and cultural change that is needed, definitely. Thank you so much. When we are talking about Western Balkans plus countries, I would like to ask you, Borko, and also you, Alexander, we will start with Borko, about your experience in your countries respectively, and how does the digitalization, what is the role of digitalization, and where does the digitalization stands on the scale of importance for your countries, and do you have any examples of successful projects in digitalization for energy efficiency in your country that you can tell us about?
Thank you very much for the question, and I will try to provide a concise response. I think that digitalization for Montenegro at least is becoming every day more important and important. It was not so much over the last several years for many reasons, and I will try to address some of them. But despite this, let's say, a little bit late catching up with the topic, I think that Montenegro already has some really good projects to show for that are going to be a good foundation to build on. So, for example, led by our public utility company, we had a big project of introducing advanced or smart metering.
Mm-hmm.
The project actually is one of the oldest in the country because it started in 2011 and focused on the end results up to date is more than 85% of meters changed to smart meters. And when I was talking to colleagues from the public utility, they made some calculations that over the course of last 10 years, direct or indirect benefits of this change was more than 65 million euros. And the savings in CO2 emissions equivalent was about 1.7 million tons. So it was a very important project in Montenegro, and it kind of created or opened door for number of ongoing projects. For example, many of renewable energy source projects rely on data gathering in order to be planned and how to connect to or be used or how to connect to the grid. When it comes to public buildings or individual households, we are lacking in that area. There are not many examples of smart technologies or digital solutions used. Very small number of buildings are let's say, using these new technologies. Most probably the cost of the technology is the reason why it's not so widespread. The cost of energy doesn't provide enough justification to invest in this kind of technologies. Although what we are noticing over the last couple of years is that people tend to, when they are in position to do so, buy smart appliances or
smart home solutions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, because this improve quality of life when you can control it and plan and understand what's going on when, I think it is very appreciated. So this is one of the area where I think we need to wait for a little decrease in pricing in order for to be widely adopted. There are other projects that are worth mentioning. For example, one project that I really like is a project that combines data from use of energy, from public utility, and social card. So it overlaps the use of data with people in need or vulnerable groups, and out of this overlapping, we have a list of people benefiting from subsidies or subsidized bills that exceeds 25,000 people a year. Finally, I think that one important use that is gaining traction in Montenegro is in the area of monitoring the projects that are financed or subsidized. For example, one project that was done between EcoFund and UNDP that for the first time supported photovoltaic systems in Montenegro. Actually, the data from the first bunch of 15 projects were used to design the second one and monitor the first one. So there is room for improvement, most definitely. But there are good examples as well.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is actually, after listening to the previous panels, it seems that Montenegro is a bit still safe, let's say, when it comes to increase of the prices of the electricity. This didn't happen compared to other countries in the region, which actually maybe impacts the level of motivation to invest, because we still somehow understand that the electricity is cheap in Montenegro, which is not correct and which is not good. So we need further understanding of the challenging and changing ecosystems, basically, and we need to adhere to the future. So let me ask you, actually, Alexandra, I lost Alexandra, maybe just to share your screen in order to give us the presentation of the case from North Macedonia.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please continue.
And can you see my presentation, or?
I think yes.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this very important conference. Our workshop, however, we are called, which is related with the building sector, in which we are putting a lot of efforts to reduce the energy consumption and to achieve the targets for 2030 and 2050 to go into carbon neutral direction, and the buildings are very important for that. These days, ChatGPT is very important, and when I starting the preparation for today's discussion, I posed one very important question. Let's say how digitalization is important for the energy efficiency, and the idea was to see what will be the outcome from the platform that is very popular these days, as I said. And the answer was pretty good. He said that digitalization plays a crucial role in improving energy efficiency across various sectors. And he gave me some ways in digitalization contribution in different sectors. So he listed these six topics that digitalization is actually data-driven, smart grid optimization, energy management systems, Internet of Things, energy modeling and simulation, and energy efficiency design and planning. I would like to start with the energy modeling, how the energy modeling help us to improve the energy efficiency in our country, because it's very hard to explain to the people the energy efficiency and how it's important, the energy efficiency, and that they have to change their habits, they have to change the stuff that they're using for heating, and so on and so on. So the idea was to create a good policy and measures which will be based on the results on the modeling. Romanas also said about some part of the modeling, but I'm talking about the energy models. So if you want to have results, we have to have a good model for that, and we have to have good input data in this process. And we created one energy model at the country level and also at the city level, with a lot of input data, economics, and other input data, energy related data. We made a calculation, and different output were produced. So without digitalization, without good relevant input data, we will have actually garbage in and garbage out. What was developed actually, first the State Statistical Office conducted a survey in 2014, the first one, the second one in 2019, but in parallel also the survey was conducted by UNDP for the city of Skopje, 2 times in 2017 and also in 2021, about related with the households actually, to see what are the consumption in the household sector, what are the technologies that are used in the household sector, and so on and so on. And based on this data, we developed a model for long-term model for in order to provide best options for heating and to decrease the consumption at the city of in the city of Skopje, first of all, and to decrease the local pollution in the city of Skopje. Based on this study, in this study actually a lot of different data, different policies were proposed. Based on this study, a lot of policy were implemented, as an introduction of the heat pumps. So we can control the temperature in, we saw from the video that we can control the temperature in the house for heating, also for cooling. These technologies are much more efficient compared to the technologies that were used by the households in the city of Skopje, but also in other cities. Romanas also present about the heat maps, also based on the top-down and bottom-up approach. We develop a heat maps for the overall territory of the Republic of Macedonia, in order to see the options for district heating implementation in the cities. So based on these maps, we can see the heat distribution in different cities, and what are the most important parts of the city where we can implement certain technologies, for example, district heating or heat pumps as a technologies. Now we are working on the bottom-up approach, something that was presented by Romanas, developing methodologies for the different parts of the city in order to implement it and to create strategies at the city level. Something that is very important for the digitalization and data collection in order to create better policies is the monitoring verification platform that should be established by the Ministry of Economy. This platform is developed but is not in place still. For example, for the development of the national energy efficiency action plans, we are collecting the data based on the questionnaires from the municipalities, but also something that is very important, that local traders, local suppliers of the electronic equipment in Macedonia, they have very good developed databases. So we had a cooperation with them in order to see what type of technologies are sold on the market in different tiers, what are the energy efficiency, what are the energy efficiency class of these technologies. So based on this data, we can create a better policy for the citizens at the country and the city, at the city level.
Oh, thank you, Alexander. It seems I'm a bit confused, let's say. What I've learned is it's very important to have reliable data, also to present data in numbers and colors. That is something that I understand, and this is quite clear. Also, what is important is to be able to compare apples with apples. So to use the model for one city and to use it to compare it, the data from one city to another city, it's country to country. Now I'm listening to two models developed, one in Vilnius, one in Skopje, and now growing up for the whole North Macedonia. Can you tell me whether it is necessary to constantly develop new models for each city or each country, or we can replicate the models, that one model that was developed, for example, in Skopje or in Vilnius or in Sarajevo or wherever else? What is needed? Where do we actually miss opportunities, I guess, for sharing? That's why we are sitting here today. Please, can you help me understand this?
The question is to me or
to both of you, Romanas and Alexander. So Alexander, please.
We have to have a different for each city. We have to develop a different maybe we can use the same model, but the opportunities from cities to city are different. As I presented in my presentation, we develop at the country level, and we found that only 4 cities we can develop a district heating, while in the other cities we have to implement some other technologies. So these GIZ softwares and models allow us to work with different technologies and to see the improvement, for example, of the energy efficiency at the building level, and so on and so on. So yes, for each city, different models should be developed.
Thank you,
yeah. Also, I can help to clarify this confusion between different approaches and methodologies, because they are absolutely different. In my case, you may get energy consumption actual with all eliminated factors for every building. Mm-hmm. So you see map and energy consumption color of every building and class. This methodology from colleague, it's based not on every building, but in certain areas. So you have zones.
Yes.
So you may have these squares, and in this area, energy consumption may be at this level or at this level. So it's a different approach. This approach looks more like Aalborg University from Denmark developed heat roadmap for Europe, mm-hmm. when assessing different cities and district heating potential for every cities. So you may have 1 kilometer or 10 kilometers these zones, squares, and you see the potential for energy. But this is not about your building, individual building. Sure. So you cannot find your building. In my case, you may find energy consumption from every building. And in case of reconstruction, or you want to compare your building with another building in another one district, you may select this one, you may select this one. You may get comparison between the same project type buildings. So this is about actual consumption.
And your model and Alexander's model, both models can be applied, for example, for the city of Podgorica or the city of Belgrade for different purposes with some certain adjustments. And of course, input data are coming from the local
exactly.
ecosystem.
This methodology, what I developed, can be replicated to every city. And in one of my slides, you saw this statistical probability. Actually, it's fingerprint of your city, because I made assessment for 10 cities, our cities, and I found that this probability curve is absolutely different. One is very narrow and very high, another is flat. So distribution of energy is in different way. So you may apply and even get fingerprint of your city. And then it would be very interesting to put these cities, replicated cities together and find these fingerprints of every city.
Yes. Thank you. Maya, I would like to continue with you. You have had a long experience working in the energy efficiency sector per se, and I would like you to tell us about the importance of energy audits. Although Romanas mentioned in his presentation that, for example, for this model, energy audit is not necessary, if I understood well. But if you can tell us the importance of energy audits, data produced by energy audits in every stage of the process, starting from either design, either for reconstruction or for construction, the utilization or usage of buildings, etc. So please, can you enlighten us in this regard?
Thank you very much. I would be speaking in our language, because this is in BCS, because this is a euphemism for all the languages that we are using. So I'd start with a short introduction. You've mentioned, introducing me, that I used to work at the mechanical engineering faculty. I was lucky to be involved in the modeling, simulations and measurements, quite complex measurings. And therefore, it is my huge passion. That is something that has always used me longer. But I left the faculty and I'm dealing with the energy efficiency in the public sector. So that touch with the reality was quite shocking, and the waking up moment. When it comes to the energy efficiency in the public sector, we are lacking the data mostly. And even if we have them, they are of a very poor quality. So their utilization is quite limited. But when we have these data, they are differently interpreted. I mean, the contextualization of those data is made in such a way that it corresponds to the one that is interpreting them. And rarely you can find an objective image or a state of affair of what we are talking about. Of course, that's not only our problem. This is something that is a problem of all our countries. We are at the very top of the list when it comes to poor data, but the other methodological problems are present in the whole developed world dealing with these issues. And therefore, specific standards have been established, rule books, directives, and they prescribe specific methodologies and calculations, so it would depend and will adjust on the country base. But the logic of the calculation is the same. But let me go back to the question, what is specificity of Serbia? Most of the people in Serbia believe that when they observe energy passport of the building that has it, that is the level of consumption of that building. But a few know that the methodology of energy performance, calculation of energy performance, is not harmonized with the EU, but was supposed to be 15 or 14 years ago. After that directive was adopted, that we are lagging back. And when we are showing the energy efficiency of the building, we are showing just one part of those characteristics, whereas the other part we are neglecting. And the consequence to that is that the that we are betraying the people that are receiving, but the decision makers that should decide on the investment application of specific measures are not having a good data, whether that is good or not, whether it is cost effective or not. And in the end, we are finding ourselves in the situation where the colleague nicely elaborated. I'd really like to continue discussion on that topic. What if we calculate by the prescribed methodology, calibrated models, what are they really consuming? What is their real consumption and how does it differ from what we've calculated? That it depends upon many, many reasons. And then we've got this situations and the distribution of consumption, as was nicely put in the model by our colleague. But that's something else that colleague Dragan Urošević would talk about, and colleague Dračić from the former UNDP, from the UNDP Croatia. So they were dealing with that issue, but also colleague Seneša is also involved. Another thing that I would like to show you are the results of the energy reviews conducted within the project energy efficiency in buildings of the central government level. Like other countries, we are obliged to apply Article 5 of the directive on the energy efficiency, that is to renovate a list of public buildings at the annual level. Serbia has made an inventory. They identify 58 central government buildings, out of which 56 can be subject to retrofitting. Out of those 56, 28 is maintained by the Secretariat for Joint Affairs, and that's where we identified 28 buildings to be retrofitted. One has already been retrofitted under the urgent proceeding and 27 remaining. In total, we've got 400,013 square meters. They are all located in Belgrade with the different characteristics. They are housing different key ministries. The buildings are of a different size, from the Palace of Serbia up until some small buildings. We show some of them in the 3 photos, and we gave the distribution when they were constructed. What's the share of those constructed in 19 buildings in the first half of 20, in the second half of 20th century, I mean after the war, but then in the 80s, 90s, so we've got the equal share per number and per square meters of all these buildings mentioned. Now we are reaching the key topic. To be able to envisage energy efficiency measures and project those measures, it is necessary to get the energy reviews, how to do them. Our methodology, as I already mentioned, that's prescribed by our rule book, has flaws because we are calculating with it only the final heating energy. So when we get that energy password, which looks nicely, if it's put on the wall of a public building, we actually do not have the complete image about the building, but we only know what's the heating consumption. But the situation is completely different because the building is using the energy for cooling, for ventilation, for heating, for the preparation of the sanitary water, and for lighting, and for many other additional systems. So it is delivered energy. So we've neglected it all except for the heating energy. And we see only the heating energy in our energy passports. Well, if our government could decide how they would actually make this huge investment, and the country took the loan of 40 million for those retrofitting activities to make the cost-effective measures, we had to ask our consultant to do the energy audit, to calculate all of it to reach the primary energy. So our government, without having its own regulation, through the decision of the government, introduced a special provision prescribing how they would retrofit those buildings and set the maximum allowed primary energy after retrofitting for the buildings that are not under the protection, but the ones that are under the protection, that is 80% of the previous condition. And then they organized the energy audits. They developed energy passport according to the current methodology. They assessed and evaluated the heating consumption. We have just a few buildings under the category C, which is desirable, or most of them are in the E category. So for heating, they consume between 100 and 130 kilowatt hours per annually. And if we would add all the other consumptions, it would be much higher. And now, observing, this is quite colorful graph. It depicts the distribution of energy passports. That is the classification of buildings per year of construction, per colors of the building, square meters, and per level of protection, because most of those buildings under that are monuments or under other protection type. It means that we cannot retrofit them in a way that we really would like to. And we reduced to only right-hand part. These are the buildings that are not under the protection or are not in such a zone under the protection. So a much lesser number of buildings. And that actually shows how all these data are important, so that we know where the buildings are located, how they are protected, what their characteristics are. These are all statistical data that we are lacking. Someone had to survey all the situation and collect the data, and let alone dynamic data. Colleagues would talk about them tomorrow. So now we are reaching what I want to reiterate, how bad this methodology is, that we are actually having only heating energy, and that the energy that is really consumed expressed in the total overall consumption is shown in the red line, whereas the heating in blue. So 3.5 or 5 times more energy is consumed. And I'm sorry that nobody from the ministry is present. I would like to appeal and urge them to harmonize the calculation methodology with the EU one, because we cannot have any serious retrofitting without actually adjusting our methodology. I wouldn't extend any longer. I believe that the colleague tomorrow would elaborate the part related to the real consumption, because this is just a calculation for the design parameters and design conditions. And what is really the case, that really differs from this calculation, but the colleagues would talk about that more extensively tomorrow.
That you just said that every single building was, I mean, there was a need to go visit and measure and assess every single corner of every building in real life, let's say. But what is missing also very often, this is the case of Montenegro, is the project documentation, the designs of these old buildings. You don't have them, so you actually don't know anything about that building. You just go and see on the face of the place, as we say, and then you don't have these parameters, as Romanas was talking about, and the colleagues are going to talk about tomorrow. So we are facing very many challenges in this regard. But again,
to clarify, in Serbia, we don't even know the exact number of public buildings. We know that there are the total square meters of public buildings is 110 million square meters, but we don't know the exact number. It's just a rough assessment, and I think that it's similar in Bosnia.
Who is the owner? Who owns the...
Exactly. We don't know the ownership structure, and we don't have the exact data of the surface of the building. We have the cadastre, of course, but our cadastre changed its methodology several times. So based on when a certain building was registered in the cadastre, when the data was input, well, same goes for district heating. Very often district heating companies have their own data, but they do not match the data from the cadastres.
The quality of data, the reliability of data, but we need to talk about innovations. So, Siniša, can you start with talking a bit about the future of digital innovations for buildings? And if you can highlight some, for example, some of the top 3 to 5 cutting-edge innovations that are expected to radically change the context of energy efficiency in buildings in the next 20 years?
Well, when we hear things like this, then you ask yourself, should we talk about it
well,
at all?
We need to.
But definitely in the next 10, 15, 20 years, the future of digital innovation is raising energy efficiency in a totally different level. For example, everybody heard about artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, that makes us smarter, but we'll see in future what's going to happen. But with the artificial intelligence and machine learning, there's so many opportunity to advance energy efficiency, especially in the public buildings. But also we must be very careful in the future when we choose those buildings where we're going to implement these Internet of Things, smart sensors, automated metric machines, etc. So we don't put it in some school somewhere on the village with maybe 10 pupils that goes in that school. We should choose the largest buildings, the largest consumers of the energy. That's, I think, in every country in the region, it's about 20% of the total stock. And we can make savings more than 80% in energy consumption. So Internet of Things and smart sensors pretty much with machine learning solves I think the biggest problem that we have now, and unfortunately it's human factor. All the data that we are collecting now, we call it EMIS in Bosnia or ISGE in Croatia, I don't know how you call it in Montenegro. All those data that are gathered and provided by beneficiaries through EMIS, through someone who is an energy manager or coordinator, those data are worth nothing if someone doesn't do analytics. So without hard and strong analytic works, everything is in vain, basically. With automatization and digital innovation, like I said, machine learning, we remove that human factor, and basically machines start to think on their own. But it's not that they are making their own decisions just like that. There are some sensors inside the room who sends them information. Do we need so much lights in this part of this room because we have only 2 or 3 people sit there? For example, if we have HVAC systems, do we need chilling, cooling, or heating of the certain areas in the building where we don't have occupants? And what is the most important part with that is to present those data on some central management system where beneficiaries can see how they influence the work of artificial intelligence. And in that case, I think maybe it's good that we are late with everybody else, because when that time comes here, that technology will be much cheaper.
And we will not be able to cheat it.
That's right, that's right. And we will have, I think, piloted examples throughout the world, and why inventing the warm water, just copy something that already works. Also, I mentioned the EMIS. Right now, EMIS is doing the job on the way how it works now with all the data. But I think with the digital innovation and these smart sensoring IoTs, EMIS will enhance and will be better in the future. So without removing that human obstacle, he will calculate everything and provide us with the exact action plans, what we need to do to improve energy efficiency in the buildings. Also, one of the key aspects is now we see that almost every roof of the public buildings wants to put solar panels. It's good, but I think it's more fancy thing to do it now. But there is no integration of that solar production of the energy from the solar panels in whole system of energy. With machine learning, the whole building the smart building will be able to choose what to spend in which period of time to compensate everything and to reduce energy consumptions. So the future of digital innovation for energy efficiency in not just public buildings but also in residential is bright, I can say. We just need to be ready for it, not to wait, let's say, the last train and to do everything, you know, quarter or 5 to 12, how we like to do it usually in Balkan Plus region.
Thank you. Borko, would you like to add something on this? When it comes to future of innovations and some smart solutions, innovative, that you envisage that are going to have an important role for increasing energy efficiency and being smarter?
By now, by all the participants, it was quite well presented and covered, and Sinisha elaborated a little bit more detail. So I would be repeating part of what's said. What's interesting for me and where I expect significant development and progress in the future is integration of renewable energy sources. So at least this region until this moment is more focused on producing units connected with end user. So it's centralized, it's one-way communication, and when we see what's happening and what's developing in the region, we now see a much more a larger number of small producers that are producing for their own needs, creating some surplus. So I believe that this integration is going to be a motor or a developing area for very interesting solutions in the future. I believe that one thing that we should consider as a fertile ground for innovation is energy communities. We are in a developing phase. I think that most of the countries are still struggling a little bit with legal solutions and setting in motion these platforms for cooperation, exchange, and innovation hubs in the future. And I think that storage and aggregators will play a very important role. And immediately that provides ground for interesting solutions, how to level down the needs of small businesses, individual households. So maybe that's the area that is most interesting, and I will follow with most interest and expecting most of innovation in the future.
Romanis, what do you think about this?
Yeah, very interesting discussion, and I believe that artificial intelligence is developed by us, methodologies, all these algorithms placed by us, and we don't have to be afraid of this. If you at the moment will put on ChatGPT how to go green, you will receive answer, please shut down your PC, leave the office and go to plant the trees. So yes. I think we have to work on this algorithm, methodologies, to put them in the right way and to trust these technologies, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and to let them to manage. Also, I heard about discussions about energy, zero carbon buildings, carbon neutral, carbon positive, carbon negative. The question is, what is the share should be if you prosumer to insulate more your partitions or to install more solar PV on a roof? So what the answer would be at the moment? So nobody discussing on this, and digital certification, providing certificate of origin. For example, if you are insulating your partitions, prefabricated partitions, so from how far you bring these partitions to the site. It's the same like for green hydrogen production, you have to provide certificate of origin. So it should be from renewable energy, but located nearby the site. So the same principles we also have to apply to these integrated energy systems, 4D approach. Decarbonization, decentralization, digitalization, all this D means. So putting everything together and switching from consumers to prosumers, which may produce energy and also may consume and to share this energy. So this Internet of Things and digitalization goes beyond one building. When we start via star connectivity to interact in between, even saving much more energy. So the future is not about the digitalization of one building, digitalization of all building and putting all system, integrated energy system for the building. What we have in Copenhagen at the moment, when we have surplus of wind energy, we cannot sell wind energy to Denmark. We cannot sell to Sweden because too much wind at the moment in Sweden. So we take the surplus of electricity and heat distinct heating network storage tanks. And after accumulate this energy and provide to distinct heating consumers this energy. So this is about integrated energy systems. How to increase overall efficiency. When we reconstruct buildings, increase energy performance in buildings, and when I assessed why energy consumption decreased by just 10%, the expectation was 40%, 50%. And when I visited these buildings, I see that we leave open windows. When I ask them, okay, why are you leaving open windows? It's warm outside. Okay, but if it's plus 5 degrees, you still have to keep your windows closed or use ventilation system. So sometimes changing behavioral, cultural changes, we have very huge potential to increase energy efficiency, and especially discussing about zero carbon cities, integrated energy systems.
Thank you, Romanas. Maya, do you want to add something?
Actually, yes. The intense digitalization and real-time management of energy flows of a building, that's the condition nowadays to use more renewables, especially those that are located on the building itself, such as solar panels and similar. Energy generation from renewables can change. So we have to establish a good balance between energy demand and energy generation, and you cannot do it via commercial methods, because all analyses have shown that to reach the climate goals in Europe, that requires a democratization of energy production and to input into the system this individually generated electricity. And that's actually very hard for public utility companies to balance all of this. So if in the building itself we cannot implement the regulation and forward the surplus to the neighboring buildings through energy community prosumers, etc., that is an issue for the public utility company and requires investments and a whole range of measures. And to achieve a fast energy transition, we have to involve everyone. Everyone who can generate energy should generate energy. And we have to have the technical conditions to do so.
To the discussion on this topic. I hope you are still with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Please.
I very clearly listening what you are talking about. This is very interesting topic about the digitalization and the energy efficiency. what to add to this. I think that everything was said, but I would like to maybe to repeat something that was said at the very beginning on the video that was shared with us from the city of Skopje, and this is one of the, let's say, most successful project of the UNDP that is implemented here in Skopje. And all the things that we are discussing now actually were implemented in that project, starting from data collection and audits. After that, calculation of the real consumption, but also calculation of the local indoor and outdoor pollution data collection on all these things. And after the implementation of the measures, also repeating these things, and we can compare the effects between before and after the implementation of the measures. So, as I said, all the things that were said, starting from the data collection, starting big data, monitoring of the consumption, monitoring of the, for example, the pollution in the house and out of the building were done in that project, and at the end we can compare the results before and after, and we can say that yes, this is the project that implemented a lot of things, and the results are very good. Also, some other project, let's say, I'm talking about now the project that were implemented here related with energy efficiency. We didn't mention. We mentioned just public buildings and households, but also the industry and the consumption in the industry is very important in the industry buildings also. One project that was implemented also here in Macedonia was for implementation of the management system in the industry, energy efficiency management system in the industry, and actually based on this project and the data that were collected from different monitoring equipment that were introduced into the system, the companies actually saw how they can save energy and how they can save money without any expensive intervention in their production process, for example.
And improve performances, basically.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to ask you all the same question. What would be your 3 key recommendations for the Western Balkans and Moldova when it comes to investments into data, connectivity and devices with respect to energy efficient residential or public buildings? But also, please don't limit yourself to residential and public, but also include industry, business buildings. Let's start with you, Siniša.
Well, I must say, and I will repeat myself probably, but I think we should all invest in IoT infrastructure. Find a way, find financial resources to start investing more in sensors, in smart sensors, in machines, automated devices that can help us to gather all the data that we need. But also we must keep in mind, especially in the region where we live, we must provide and make sure that we have very good broadband network or wireless communication, so all these devices can communicate among each other in real time. There is no certain delay or something. Also, I think very important thing is to have systematic data analytics and to invest in some, let's say, robust analytics systems that can process all this huge amount of data that sensors are sending to CMS. And in that way, we will have demand, how they say, decision made on real data on demand from the certain buildings. And I think the most important thing out of these 3 should be public awareness. and try to make people understand what smart sensoring are doing, how can we help them to have better data and to process everything on a certain way on one place where decisions can be made very quickly without any further delays and waiting for someone to click or sign some document, etc. And to push this digitalization forward, of course, we need certain incentives, certain subsidies. I don't know, 20% subsidies for every building that will do digital innovation in the building. On cash side or tax, whatever, tax-free, we can find a way how to promote and establish a system how we like to say, financial mechanism for investing in digital innovation and energy efficiency.
Thank you. Maya, would you like to continue? But I would like to ask you one more question, because I heard Sinisha, and what I'm missing is investment in human resources, because we were talking, and you, Sinisha, were talking about analytical skills. I mean, we need to analyze these data and provide information for the decision makers to make informed decisions. What do you think about that?
Upravo to što sam htjela da kažem.
That is precisely the thing I wanted to say. So prior to any sensors, any data collection, we need to set the infrastructure of the energy management, which is comprised of certain people in certain institutions that are statutorily in charge to deal with these things. This system should cover all critical consumption sectors, starting from the industry, commercial building, till the public sector. And public sector, because the state has the most control over it, and they can ask everything from the public sector, whereas they cannot ask everything from the commercial sector. So this and the economic sector. So specific ministries should have the specific people, equip them with the software tools and with the hardware. And another important thing is that we need to look for public enterprises that are water suppliers, electricity suppliers, to connect to the system so that they can automatically provide the data, that you do not depend upon the data collection in the field, but that all the data are collected at once in one location. It would be good if all heating treatments would do that automatically. It would be great if the electricity company would share all the data. And that would be a huge assistant and huge analytical tool. And for the one sitting in the ministry, they can then use create the adequate report to negotiate with the energy community when they are devising specific plans to know the real state of affairs. First, the investments in the people, in the structure, in the system, and then in the hardware and software.
Borko?
Just to agree,
what would be your recommendations?
To agree with what already was said, when actually looking at the first presentation, I made a couple of notes, and one of them is actually focus on collaboration between public entities, private sector, different stakeholders, and research institutions. I mean, this topic is extremely complex. It's very technical. So you cannot expect general population to understand all fine printing of these kind of processes. So there has to be a moving force, someone who understands and develops and moves forwards. Then you have, early adopters, then you have users, etc., etc. So I would say that for a country in our region, that should be a priority.
Alexander, you are coming from academic community, actually. So what would you say?
Okay, all the time, I maybe already said that we have it's very tough to explain to the people what is energy efficiency and how they can save energy in their homes. So the government, the people have to understand that each person, actually each household, is part from the new energy system now. We are talking about decentralization, of the energy system in which every person is important. For each house, we have to collect the data. Now there is some obligations for the electricity distribution companies to collect the data for all the households during 2 years, to save the data and to provide that data to the households, to the services sector in order to see their consumption and to implement some energy efficiency measures. But even the people that are living in the house can put sensors, because the sensors now are very cheap. For 20 euros, you can buy a sensor and you can measure your consumption on different electronic equipments in the house, and you can see what is the equipment that is using more electricity compared to others, and how you can reduce the electricity in your house. Our government, starting from 2006-2007, we are giving a subsidies for solar thermal collectors. For several years after that, we give subsidies for pellet stoves, for replacement of windows, and now we are providing us subsidies for solar rooftops PV. But in all these cases, we don't know actually the right savings. We are calculating the savings, but it's very good to put also some equipment and to measure what are the savings, actual savings that we are achieving with the implementation of it, with all these measures.
Thank you. And Romanas, what would be your recommendations?
Yes, maybe not free, maybe more recommendations. First of course, integrated energy systems. We have to keep this approach and increase overall efficiency of the systems. Second one, maybe operator, role of an operator. Now we have facility management companies in public sector, in industry, in residential sector, and they don't have any responsibilities. They may overheat your building by a few degrees or more or less. For you, it's very difficult here. Maybe December was very cold, but maybe last December was a little bit warmer. Yeah, so for people, based on the billing, now it's difficult to compare this data. So the role of operator, at the moment, no responsibility for them if they will overheat the building. So mandatory requirements for the smart metering systems, processors, artificial intelligence. At the moment, during reconstruction, we just install some kind of system to do the control based on outside air temperature or something. But no strict requirements about, we may have internal heating system, temperature sensor, or external, we may have both sensors, different requirements. So no mandatory requirements. We have requirements for insulation of partitions, for ventilation, but no requirements for these digital systems. Third one, awareness raising, of course. Methodologies like I presented, actual energy consumption map, when people may find that why my building being the same consume 40% more energy. So this is awareness reasoning. The same awareness reasoning, putting energy consumption on your maybe first floor near the elevator, that this heating season or this month you consumed this amount of energy, you saved, or your building was overheated or something. So awareness raising for consumers. Removing compensation mechanisms. Now we have these subsidies for low-income people, retired people, compensating energy bills. I think it's a never-ending process because we just compensate. But instead of compensating 10 years, we may put this amount of money and just to replace windows.
Yes.
And this will be for 20 years. So at the moment, I think it's wrong strategy and wrong approach. Even government may come and replace your windows. And maybe fifth, innovative business models to operate, to manage, because financial part also plays a very important role. Financial incentive, energy price, this is heating price, which is defined by state authorities, price regulation commission in every country and in every city. So depending on this, you may go or not for energy efficiency increase. One of the business models was many years ago, I managed one of my projects for public buildings, all schools and kindergartens in city. The reference scenario was calculated for this kind of winter, this cold temperature, this duration, the energy should be consumption at this level. And you must operate overall systems. So we installed smart metering systems, sensors inside premises, temperature sensors, and managed the temperature. So if you will overheat the buildings, you will have losses as private company. If you will decrease the temperature, you will have savings. But agreement was legal agreement that temperature should be at this level, not less. But you have to follow contract. Also, you may try to save energy during weekends, during night, daytime. So putting all these means. So is it worth or not? Yes, because 1 degree was about 1 million euros. So just overheating all buildings by 1 degree per one heating season, it was 1 million euros. So responsibility quite big. So please put different means. Put artificial intelligence. For example, it's not the same impact when you decrease your temperature down during night when it's +5 and when -25. Because to recover 1 degree back when it's +5, okay, you will save energy. But the temperature is -20, you have to decrease for a very long period of time to get the savings because recovery energy may be different. So no one rule, it's case sensitive, so all these steps should be applied.
Thank you very much. I think that we are just on time to say a couple of closing remarks and then, actually not the closing remarks, sorry, before the closing remarks to invite you to address the questions. First, I would like to kindly invite you in the room. If you have any questions to our panelists, please. And, Gorane.
Hvala, thank you. I just wanted to...
Samo sam želeo da dam jedan mali komentar vezan za drugi slajd prezentacije gospodina Vickasta. Tamo je digitalizacija zgrada, odnosno zrelost digitalizacije zgrada i inteligentnost. Naravno, mislim da to dolazi nakon povezivanja. Međutim, možda su to bile prvi pametne kuće za koje ste smatrali da su pametne kuće, a zapravo nisu bili pametne kuće, čisto kao komentar. I pitao sam se, pokazali ste iste zgrade koje su bile u vrlo visokoj kategoriji energetske efikasnosti i one koje su vrlo niske. Rekli ste da su iste zgrade u pitanju. Da li ste dalje istraživali šta se to desilo pa da nisu u istoj kategoriji i da li u okviru vaše metodologiji za naučnu analizu koristite i ljude? Sve ono što je na ovom panelu rekao, ako bismo mi uveli tehnologiju,
My opinion is not. No, the people are the problem. We cannot introduce more technology and hoping to solve the problem because
it did not work in the history, and it will not work in the future if we exclude the people out of the equation. I like to say the buildings are not using the energy, the people inside the buildings are using the energy. So just two questions there.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. Very good point. What is regarding energy consumption, I had a quite big team of people working together. So we assessed every building, and to get picture and data from every building and about project type of every building, you have to put all these buildings into different project types. So in this city was about 400 different project types. Some buildings may have 100 buildings, the same project type, 400. Some, like in Old Town, they are very specific individual, so no specific type can be assigned. Based on this, you may found the same project type, and after, of course, we tried to identify why energy consumption is different. And after, you may find that it's due to passive part. For example, visiting, you may find that windows in the staircase, one window is broken or something, or from two glasses, all type windows, only one glass, or people leaving the door open because nobody cares. So this is or passive part or active part engineering systems when your building is just overheated, or for example, if heating operator is not performing well, and in the corner of a building it's too cold and inside too warm. And when people complain, they increase temperature to all building. So in the corner it's okay, but inside building it's overheated. So you may apply different technical means, wash your heating system, to install individual heat substation, to install circulation pump, to install balancing valves to these corners, identify different means by which you may increase energy efficiency. And these are just typical standard situation that, okay, inside building is overheated or insulating in the basement pipes. Yes.
Thank you, Romanas. Žarko?
Yes, thank you. It's no secret that we in UNDP would like to generate more interest among the decision makers to allocate more money, more staff capacities, human resource, to improve the methodologies, to improve the financing of energy efficiency measures as a source of energy. So what I'm looking from today's panelists is an educated guess as to, or approximation of any kind that you can kind of present to the participants about the actual amounts, quantities of energy that you could save. I'm looking into kind of any educated guess, basically, as to what could be achieved in whatever value you find appropriate to state. And, you know, fair warning, I'm going to quote you on Twitter, so, you know, kind of say what you kind of can for anybody who is willing to take this on, if anyone.
So who dares?
Next question.
Okay, maybe I think.
And Alexander, please join if you dare.
This session is about digitalization. So via digitalization, we can increase energy efficiency up to 8–10% in a building. Of course, it's not realistic to have 50% saving, but it's not 1%, it's not 2%. So we may get up to 10% savings just via digital means.
Maybe I can add something. What I've learned from Romanas, actually, and reading carefully the presentation before the panel, the session, is that by comparing, actually by developing the model that allowed him to compare the metering and the actual energy consumption of very, let's say, advanced buildings with the certificates of A++, or whatever,
yes.
A, B, C, D, whatever category. I mean, using this digital solution and this smart methodology, you came to the conclusion that even the buildings are certified as very energy efficient, the consumption of energy is much higher than expected or than planned for. And it comes up more than 40 to 60% than it was actually the expectation. And comparing one building to another, there is a huge difference. So basically, this is informing mechanism, not saving, but also informing mechanism. One more thing is that also you were all talking about something that is going to be a special topic tomorrow, behavioral change. What can we do to change our habits? What Goran is mentioning, that buildings are not spending, but people are spending. So behavioral changes, attitudes, and cultural norms, and I mean, I think that we all can change if we invest. If it hits us by our pocket is, and our wallet is hurt, then we can change also our mindsets. Hence, in that regard, I would strongly agree with what you've said, Romanas, that these incentive mechanisms of topping up the bills of socially vulnerable or elderly population is not the right mechanism. It's always better to invest and support the investment through I don't know how many, very many channels or models. In that regard, I would also like to say that what I've heard, this is not the answer to your, Žarko, your question, but what is let's say, the outcome of this or the message of this panel is that decentralization is a must, while integration is also a must, and artificial intelligence or the algorithms are tools to improve the systems, but without people being able to read and analyze the data, nothing is going to happen. So starting with people and ending with people, even though we are talking about digital, we cannot do anything without people. Do we have, yes, please.
Hello, thank you. Siniša from UNDP Bosnia. I have one question regarding this digital solution. Did you have any chance, or did you do the analysis on perhaps, let's say for certain building, if you say that by introduction of digital solution, you can save 10%, up to 10% or 10% of energy consumption. Do you have any analysis on what is the payback period in case of introduction of such digital solutions for that particular building? Some type of building for some specific location.
Yeah, investment, it depends what kind of system you want to invest. And when we talk about smart metering, mainly it's included in your district heating price. So should we consider this as investment? Probably not. Maybe we should consider investment for your control device, outside temperature, sensor. For residential building, it's not so expensive to buy this equipment and to install. If you will compare CapEx investment, so it's, and you have 2,000 square meters, 5,000 square meters apartments, so payback can be, okay, 1, 2, couple years. You may have simple approach, for example, to increase temperature by 1 degree, you may need about 6% or 7% of energy. If the average heating season temperature is +1 and you have +20 inside temperature, so you, to increase by 1 degree, need about 5–6% of energy. So it means overheating by 2 degrees, you will spend 10% more. Installing digital control devices, you may save this couple couple degrees, 1 degree, 2 degrees, for sure. It's low-hanging fruits. So for sure, 10% is a very reliable number, what you can save via digital means.
May I add something to this? There is no need for any further investment. For example, if you replace your old technologies, old biomass stuff with heat pumps or inverters, air conditioning system, because in these devices you already have a possibility to adjust your temperature. So we calculated that if we replace one technology with the heat pumps in the house, and instead of heating the house of 25% to 22% Celsius degrees, you can decrease your consumption by around 10%, depending how you're using your home, how often you're at home, and so on and so on. But around 10% you can save just with decreasing the consumption, and it's very easy with the heat pumps or air conditioning system to adjust the temperature and to have the same temperature during the day or during the night.
Thank you, Alexandra. I hope this helps. Also, this gives the answer,
Really?
but not. Huh?
Not really. I mean, heat pumps and all these different devices is not what I meant in my question. My question was related to digital solutions, some kind of innovative solutions. So now we are speaking about different types of sources of energy, whether you use inverters or heat pumps, etc., versus all type of coal boilers or even the pellets, etc., etc. And of course, these new ones do possess these metering and sensors, etc., etc. But from what I understood for this panel, or I might be wrong, we are speaking about not the equipment as a source of energy, but rather than some other types of digital solutions, either the smart metering or some kind of management of digital management solution of heating or ventilation, etc., etc., or other.
Exactly. Just to add, exactly we are talking about the same thing, I think, because your mobile phone, depending from the heat pumps that you have on your mobile phone, you can control the heat pumps. You can control, for example, your boiler in your home for heat. So yeah, with your mobile phone now you can control whatever you want without any big investments in your home. For example, in my home, I can control my boiler through internet, and I can adjust when I want to have a hot water in my boiler, or I don't want a hot water at certain period of day.
I can contribute to this answer. Via digitalization, we can switch to buildings as thermal energy storage systems. That means buildings, we have some thermal inertia. So for peak loads, you may cut energy supply, or for example, at 6 p.m., there is demand for hot water. So you run your boilers on very expensive peak load boilers, switching from biomass for gas peak boilers, the same with heat pumps. So I apply this for centralized systems and for heat pumps. I would like to refer to a recent study on electric vehicles, when people expecting that they charge the vehicles via renewable energy sources. But actually, when they charge the systems, vehicles, so they charge per peak hours. So this means peak electricity is used, fossil fuel is used, and we're expecting that they are clean, using renewable energy. So load shifting can be done via digital means, and buildings for some peak loads via digital technologies, load shifting can be moved to left or right, still having the same thermal comfort inside your building and inside your premises. And this can be calculated for every building with thermal inertia factor and how many hours building may stay without heating, when +5, when 0, when -10 for different conditions, and apply this into practice.
Just opposite on this, for example, I'm charging my electric car during the night when the tariff is cheap and there is more electricity, not during the peak.
The same like me, to be honest. Siniša, are you happy with the answers? We can continue?
Still not.
So Jose, we have a question from Jose from the virtual audience. If you can help me reading it. How do advanced buildings designed together with digital tools transform human behavior into a more energy efficient one? Maya, I wanted to ask you to try to give us the response. Maybe also somebody from the audience has something to say on this.
Raised in such a way that you...
That we already discussed it, basically.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And of course, digital solutions are very welcome. Of course, they can, provided the inhabitants are well educated to use them, they can certainly yield savings. But if you have inhabitants or tenants which are not capable of using and interpreting what different digital solutions offer, then they are useless. But advanced building design in terms of construction of the building and constructing buildings in a very energy efficient way, this is a very passive way of making them energy efficient. And okay, if you have only inhabitants which are really not careless, then they can jeopardize the energy efficiency. If people act normally, then such kind of energy efficiency is guarantee per se that consumption will be low.
Yeah, there are two things actually. So you need to learn what does it mean being energy efficient as an inhabitant or as a person, but also how to learn to use the digital technologies.
One is behavioral issue, the other is technical issue.
Yes,
so if you
set
all preconditions the way they should be, then you will of course have good results.
Thank you, organizers, for also putting the next question closer to me. Rodovan asked us, there is a question. If you are a household with limited budget and you have to invest into one device technology to conserve energy in your apartment or house, what would it be, taking into account the costs? Where do you get the most energy savings for the money? Would it be windows, heat pumps, thermal insulation, for example, or whatever? What do you say? What would be your answer, my esteemed panelists?
Well, definitely, if I may, definitely the larger infrastructure measures. Mm-hmm. Windows, installations, excuse me, limited budget. Well, you know, the digital technology in energy efficiency, it's like a cream on the cake. So it's a small percentage of savings, what Siniša is asking. But, I mean, you must first build a cake, then put the cream on it. So, I mean, heat pumps, windows, that's number one. He's looking at me now. Roof insulation, yes.
Please.
Yeah, I think there should be developed a list of potential means. That's mostly cheapest. We have very quick payback period, like insulating your windows. It's very cheap, payback is very short, but savings are very small. Putting more energy, you have more savings. So proposing actually more technical means, you have to develop a list. And the question, if you don't have enough money, so probably you may split with even insulation of partitions. I found when you are going to insulate your multi-flat building, then you may insulate all building per once, or you may start insulating from side walls. Side walls without windows, mainly few windows or staircase windows. So starting from the beginning, if you have less money, so just insulating sides of your building, and then it will be the cheapest way to invest. And after, most investments came to insulating these when you have balconies and all these parts. So in this part, per 1 square meter, you spend more energy, more investment, because you're replacing window and you insulating just very small part of the wall. Wow. And because of insulating this very small part of a wall, insulation very big, maybe you have to make your balcony bigger or something, so you invest a lot. So developing the list of these means, please start from, if you don't have money, start from side partition, side wall without any windows or few windows, and after step by step, step by step.
Thank you. I would like to say, if you allow me, that first you do energy audit, at least a simple walkthrough, and then you decide what is the best. That would be my answer, as a like. But we are coming to the end. So we have also the results of our online poll. We had 3 questions, and the score is here. So the question was, the emissions from buildings in Balkan Plus region contribute to how much % of all emissions? And the majority of you, 50%, voted, actually 60%, voted for the answer saying 50%. But the correct answer, according to all the reports, is 40%. So we are quite, let's say, good when we understand the importance of the energy efficiency of buildings in terms of the emissions. And the question regarding our understanding of the evolution of artificial intelligence, whether it can revolutionize energy efficiency sector. And what you said is, so almost 50%, so almost half of the respondents said yes. And I would agree that if we are smart, it can actually provide additional impetus to the increased energy efficiency. And when we are talking about, this is very interesting, the devices or solutions that we use in our houses or homes the most, we had the options to say smart thermostats, smart lighting, infrared heating panels, and energy-saving LED light bulbs. So it seems that our region, definitely, what we learned in the last, I think, 12, 13 years, is to replace the old bulbs with LED bulbs, and that is something, this is also the response. It's the cheapest, and it has the impact. So thank you all for your patience, for your interest and your active engagement. And we are now finishing this panel, and I think that we are finishing the day 1. If the organizer would like to say something for tomorrow, but we see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you, Raduška. Alexander, thank you so much. My dear panelists, thank you very much. It was quite intensive, but it was worthwhile, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, bye.